Very good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
As we begin this morning's session, continuing with the some excerpts from the Lojong, the instructions on training the mind, known as the Lojong training, I'd like to encourage everyone to first begin by settling down, body and mind, in unison, and for a brief moment, just rest, keeping in mind very gently. Meditation is always spoiled by the idea of meditating. So as normal, as natural, as simple as you can keep, simply gathering body and mind into the first point, firm foundation. Here, in this moment, now, here and now, finding a firm balance. Within this sense of groundedness, bring a state of equilibrium, not too tight. Tightness often coming when you are self-conscious of doing something out of the ordinary. Not doing so, bring the balance of simplicity and naturalness, but don't become or allow that moment to be too vague either. And therefore, finding firm balance, firm foundation, bring about equilibrium, a state of balance between not being too tight with yourself, body not too tight, mind too not tight, nor too loose. Sense of discipline, but not being bound by the discipline. Within this state of balance or equilibrium, generate the third point, take your awareness to really reflect upon space. Just as straightening your shoulder would create a space in your chest area, likewise, allow the mind to experience boundless spaciousness, somewhat like leaving yourself in the sky. Within firm foundation, creating balance and equilibrium. Rest within space. Straightening your spine, however, be awake. Within the wakeful state, relax, making sure the sixth point of being completely loose. Balancing between awakened awareness and yet not being caught up in that wakeful state. Like a dot in space, simply abide. Continuing to breathe in and out naturally, establishing the 7 points of meditation. And within this, complement the moment by freeing all your 5 sense consciousnesses. Giving freedom to the 5 sense consciousnesses is the fact that you do allow the sense consciousness of the eyes to see or not see, but not interfering with its ability to see form. Likewise, ear consciousness has the capacity to experience sound. Gentle kindness is in allowing your ear consciousness to be free from being subject to your discrimination and deliberations. Let forms that are seen be. Let the ear of consciousness's capacity to hear, let it be free. Likewise, the nose consciousness and the tongue consciousness and the physical bodies ability to have tactile sensations. Let all experiences settle and be. If you feel a particular sensation, let it be. For this brief moment, discourage yourself from any movement of intellectual chatter. Letting all five sense consciousness settle. Further freeing your mental consciousness, the sixth, to also have the freedom to rest without unnecessary discrimination for this brief moment. Whether 5 seconds, whether 20 seconds, whether a minute, or however short or long period of time you're able to abide within that moment. Rest, freeing the mind, the mental consciousness, from engaging in any deliberate action of discrimination, neither approving nor disapproving, nor fixating blindly upon anything. Free the mental consciousness of every activity. Likewise, settling within this sense of relaxed openness, free from fixating upon even the sense of self in meditation. Free oneself from grasping to the notion of the self or the I being present. And in its stead, work your way inwards to abide within the fundamental nature, labeled and given the name as Sem or mind. The alaya or the ground consciousness, looking inward, be awakened to the vastness of the spacious nature of the fundamental mind, and yet, if we were to analyze what it might be, how it might look, or whether there is something to pinpoint as what is mind, knowing that it does not have any intrinsic autonomous existence. It is not anything or something that can be tangible enough to be held or objectified, but simultaneous to its not being any solid form and therefore empty in nature, yet vividly awake. Salshing Rigpa, yesterday we talked about this term. Salva, notice the clarity aspect. Clarity has nothing to do with light or illumination. Clarity is just the vivid, wakeful, knowing capacity. Salshing Rigpa, clear seeing, clear knowing, an intrinsic, vivid, expressive quality that has the fullness of the capacity of wakefulness. Awake, vivid, clear, and essentially yet empty. Fundamental nature of mind is said to be this unique expanse of emptiness, inseparable yet from clarity or vivid wakefulness. When a meditator familiarizes, in the beginning introduces, and then subsequently familiarizes, and then ultimately gains confidence of abiding peacefully within this vast, boundaryless expanse of emptiness, that which is yet inseparably vivid, clear, and wakeful, one establishes the samadhi or the meditation of one's own nature of mind. Being able to rest within this state of clear awakeness that is essentially empty in nature, should one not be separate from this state, then it is from this state of equanimity, state of peaceful abiding, that one could establish a healthy relationship with whatever arose. We begin this morning's session with the aspiration that may one be able to exert effort in discovering, introducing to oneself, familiarizing and gaining confidence of this fundamental nature inherent of one's own self, the starting ground, which if it were to be more familiarized and one were able to remain within it in an unbroken continuum, that this would then help us establish a constructive, non-aggressive, peaceful, and a compassionate relationship with whatever arose as appearances. In training in Lojong, trying to study and understand and practice Lojong, what we are trying to do is begin the journey by first recognizing this capacity that is naturally inherent of each one of ourselves. May through this one be able to establish that loving relationship with whatever arises, whatever form arises, knowing form, or whatever sound, or whatever phenomena arose or arises. Essentially, as the teachings say, there is nothing that is not Dharma or phenomena that is not essentially empty in nature. Everything that arises in the field of one's awareness as objects of appearances are composed of the 5 skandhas or the 5 aggregates: form, feeling, perception, formation, and consciousness. These 5 are the basic constituents, ingredients, from which every phenomenal display arises. Of these 5 aggregates or skandhas, these 5 can be grouped into 2: form and names. Within the enumeration of the 12 interdependent origination, there is the name and form, the 4th link, which then is connected to the 5 skandhas. Form is form as we see appearances. Remaining 4 aggregates: feeling, perception, formation, and consciousnesses are basically just labels, names. If one takes time to examine the reality and the nature of forms and names, forms or feelings or any of the other skandhas, one sees upon examination clearly that reality of what we assume to be form, feeling, and so forth are not as we perceive them. every form, every feeling, every perception, consciousness is something that comes together as a composite nature of causes and conditions, dependent upon causes, conditions. When many constituents come together to form a composite phenomena, momentarily an appearance arises. But if we were to examine beyond the labels and the names that we give to any appearance, all appearances, upon dividing and examining, are all composites of many different factors, whether we see them as parts, and each part being composed of many other minute parts, each part again broken down into its very smallest of the atoms. Atom itself, when further investigated, there is no atomness even in an atom. Ultimately, therefore, the nature being space. Ground of emptiness, the space being the basis upon which momentarily, temporarily, when all many different factors come together, brings about the formation of a temporary appearance. And in that way, appearances of form, appearances of feeling, appearances of perception, formation, appearances of consciousness arises. They appear, and appearance is never the problem. Now as has then been taught by Milarepa and the great masters of the Kagyu tradition and many other great teachers, meditators see that as long as causes and conditions continue to evolve, appearances, sounds, thoughts, feelings, and perceptions will continuously manifest from the ground of emptiness, momentarily appear, and then ceases, its nature being change. There is always an evolution and a dissolution. Appearances appear, and because the basic nature of your own mind is clear seeing, it sees appearance, it hears sounds, it thinks thoughts. Seeing forms is never the problem. Hearing sound is never the problem. Thinking and having thoughts and emotions and feelings and perceptions is never the problem. Now but there is Shenbeizin, the Shenba, which is the fixation. Seeing appearance is never a problem. Fixating could be a problem, is a problem. Hearing sound is never a problem. Unnecessarily grasping and fixating becomes a problem. Having thoughts and feelings and emotions is never a problem. Grasping, fixating, unnecessarily deliberating with it, that becomes the problem. Within the teachings of mind training, within the teachings of nature of mind, it is said, imagine the sky suddenly bewildered by little clusters of clouds that flitters in its expanse. And the sky becoming insecure because there are dark clouds, or jumping with excitement when there are pleasant looking clouds. Just as foolish it would be to imagine such an example within the expanse of one's own mind. Why would seeing be deliberated with? Why would hearing a sound could not be just left hearing a sound? And unnecessarily one relates with fixation. and you like certain sounds, fixating upon it. You deliberate and unnecessarily discriminate a sound, labeling it good or bad. That is no different than imagining the sky becoming excited by certain dark clouds or white clouds, fearing certain dark clouds or white clouds. Meditators see it in this way, that within the vastness of clear seeing, the fundamental nature of mind, as long as forms appear, he or she knows to let forms arise, momentarily manifest, and since its nature is change, transition it, dissolve, allow it to dissolve without fixating. Likewise, hearing sound, there's gentle patience, and within that compassionate patience of the expansive, clear-seeing capacity of your own mind, sounds are given freedom to be without the unnecessary deliberation and interference with the sound. Likewise, when thoughts and emotions arises, they are just thoughts and emotions, entirely up to you. You could fiddle and interfere with it and allow it to be exaggerated into being something much more monstrous than it actually is in reality. Think of all the thoughts that you have had since you woke up this morning until now. And how many of those thoughts can you actually remember precisely? And we see that we can't remember. We have hundreds and thousands of thoughts, but we can't remember, and we can't remember because you've learned to let it be. But certain thoughts, when you fixate and you grasp, you then give it the kind of solidity, whereas in reality, it is just in your own mind. And therefore, seeing, since the nature of thoughts and emotions and feelings arise and momentarily manifest and cease in its own accord, meditator sees that in letting be, they have a natural cessation. When you deliberate with it, when you fixate upon it, when the shamba to the thought comes, the shenzin, seeing it as the other, seeing the thought as being something else other than what is arising momentarily within your own mind stream. And then not only seeing it as the other, but then fixating upon it, deliberating with it. That is what gives solidification and rigidity and hardness to an empty thought, empty emotion, empty feeling. Meditator, seeing it in this way, sees appearances arise within one's own mind stream, clearly seeing, essentially empty in nature. Sound arises, and we have the capacity to hear it, and yet it is not anything outside of one's own essentially empty nature of mind. Thoughts and feelings likewise arises within the expanse of this empty nature of mind. It is essentially, mind is empty and yet vividly awake, that it can relate to all arisings of forms, sounds, and thoughts. Essentially, what appears, being empty in nature, the nature of mind that perceives it being empty in nature. Seeing this and establishing this constructive or this healthy relationship, a meditator engages in the jogom, or yesterday as we talked about, the resting meditation, cultivating the first 6 slogans. With the foundation of the preliminaries, sees all dharmas as illusion, reflects and meditates and familiarizes, gains confidence with resting within the unborn awareness of one's own mind. And through that deepened awareness establishes the true relationship with whatever arises. Appearances, sounds, and thoughts all arises within the empty nature of mind, clearly vivid and seen, entirely up to one's own mind, how it relates with it. When it sees the essential empty nature of form or feelings or perceptions, consciousness or formations, meditator clearly sees that in reality or truthfully, there is no basis of any relationship per se with whatever arises, whatever appears. Appearance's fundamental nature being empty, there is no basis for any relationship. It is just what arises and ceases. Likewise with sounds and with thoughts, feelings and perceptions. Since these are, upon examination, essentially empty in nature, there is nothing to relate to per se. It is like fishing in the sky. If you had a fishing rod and you kept throwing it into the sky, likewise there is nothing to grasp, nothing to fixate, essentially it being empty in nature. But ignorance is very sophisticated. It supposes there is something. And this supposition that does not see clearly the true nature of whatever arises, supposes form to be real, supposes sound to be real, supposes thoughts, feelings, and perceptions to be real. And when we suppose something, and we insist, and our ego insists that its a supposition is more true than what is the natural nature, then there is the combination of foolishness and arrogance, ignorance and ego joined together, and therefore begins to fixate and attach itself. And therefore, although appearances arising are never the problem, there's the ego and the ignorance that objectifies and fixates, and it is the fixation and the grasping to the appearance, it is the fixation and the grasping to the sound, it is the fixation and the grasping to the thoughts or perceptions and the feelings. Birth of karma and klesha, birth of karma and afflictive emotions, conflicting emotions, are born from this fixation and grasping. Appearances are not the cause of karma and klesha. Sound is not the basis of karma and klesha. Having thoughts and feelings and emotions is not the basis of karma and klesha. But when you fixate, not seeing the nature, when you fixate upon an appearance, and not only fixate upon an appearance, but you measure its worth or worthlessness based upon how the ego is satisfied or dissatisfied with what it sees, that's the place where conflicting emotions and then karma arises. Hearing a sound and having sound is not the place where karma and klesha are born. But when you hear a sound, and ignorantly the ego and the ignorance believes that there is basis for discrimination and fixation, you hold, you grasp the sound, you measure it in terms of how pleasurable it is to the ego or creates some kind of displeasure to the ego. That's where conflicting emotions, kleshas, and the karma is born. Having feelings, thoughts, and emotions for a meditator is normal. There's nothing that is the basis of klesha or karma there. but fixating on a thought, grasping to a feeling. And not only fixating and grasping to a thought, emotion, or a feeling, but the indulgence of the ego, allowing the ego to be indulged in that it begins to then discriminate unnecessarily, giving more labels. Good thoughts, bad thoughts, my thoughts, your thoughts, pure thoughts, impure thoughts, thoughts worth thinking, thoughts not even worth thinking, rejecting and cultivating or attaching yourself. This then spins the struggle, and from that ensues karma and klesha. Birth of klesha, conflicting emotion, is the ego's liking something and the attachment coming from it. The ego disliking something and the aggression and the sense of abandoning and rejection coming from it. And the discriminating mind being so filled by its own self that it doesn't even care about the other, and ignorance being born from it. 3 root poisons, conflicting emotions, or the 3 basic kleshas. And then the karma that ensues from it arises therefore from fixation and grasping. Once the fixation and the grasping spins the wheel of the klesha and the karma, suffering is inevitable. Samsara is formed, and we create this realm of experience called samsara. Meditators, therefore, in this aspiration to generating trained mind that is deeply immersed within compassionate heart that wishes happiness for all sentient beings, sees therefore clearly that true compassion is not so much in what an example usually in Mahayana is given as trimming the branches and the twigs. If there's a big tree and you try to avoid the tree from shedding leaves, and you continually trim its branches and twigs, one finds that this is a futile effort, in that when the season changes, more twigs, more branches, more leaves will always be fruitioned. If one truly wishes for something to be avoided, getting to the root, uprooting the root is where the main concentration should be. Therefore, in the same way as this example, if you truly wish to bring about cessation of suffering for sentient beings and for one's own self, if one is true and sincere in one's aspiration, may all sentient beings have happiness and the cause of happiness. May all sentient beings be free from suffering and the causes of suffering. One then sees that it is not by external expressions of compassion, which are very helpful, but they are not going to uproot completely the causes of suffering, and therefore proliferation of suffering will continually manifest until the root is completely uprooted. And the root does not lie in appearance. And therefore changing appearances is not going to bring about complete cessation. Changing sound is also not going to bring about complete cessation. Changing thoughts is also not going to bring about complete cessation of suffering. Root lies in one's own mind, and mind's relationship to forms, appearances, sound, and the thoughts and feelings. Therefore, in my remaining within the awakened emptiness nature, through which there may be dissolution of unnecessary grasping and fixation, and upon the cessation of fixation and grasping, where karma and kleshas are then therefore no longer produced, that then manifests as the absolute true compassion, bringing about cessation of those causes that then bring about suffering for all sentient beings. May I therefore, yesterday as we talked about, be able to free all sentient beings from my own mind's deliberation and fixation. May I free appearances from the domain of my fixations and grasping. May I be able to free or liberate all sounds from my mind's judgments and deliberation. May I be able to free and liberate all thoughts, all ideas, all projections of fixation and grasping from my own mind, abiding within the peace of clear seeing, within the fundamental emptiness and wakeful, indivisible in nature of this clarity and emptiness. May I be able to then find the basis of genuine compassion for all sentient beings. May all sentient beings also recognize this capacity within each one of them. So this morning, sort of summarizing in this way, because yesterday when we talked about absolute bodhicitta and the practice of jogum or the resting meditation, then it is through these ways of looking and investigating and understanding, bringing about the union of both shamatha, shine, and vipassana, taktong meditation, analyzing and seeing how the fundamental nature of mind and phenomena, appearances, sound, and thoughts, all the skandhas are essentially empty in nature, seeing the essential nature of emptiness of phenomena, seeing the essential nature of mind that perceives it as well, being space, the outer space, the inner space, being indivisible in nature, and then resting within that, jogom, abiding within this unborn wakeful state, and seeing this as then that which then uproots or cuts the root of all the karma and the klesha. And where the karma and the klesha are brought into cessation, then compassion, genuine bodhicitta, is in being able to then free other sentient beings. Because all acts of the opposite of being compassionate, all acts of unkindness, all acts of selfishness, all acts of violence and aggression are deeply rooted into the karmic patterns of attachment, desire, anger, ignorance, jealousy, arrogance, and so forth. So therefore, seeing the essential nature of self and phenomena, that dissolves the fixation and the grasping to the ego cherishing, the pride, the self-absorption and the self-cherishing tendencies. It also brings about the natural dissolution. There's no base for anger to then be manifest. There is no base for desire. There is no base for ignorance. Essentially seeing the nature of emptiness of self and phenomena, there is nothing to relate to. There is no sort of ground or basis to relate to with anger, to relate with fixation or desire and ignorance and so forth. So therefore, this is the very crucial jogom, and the absolute bodhicitta is the most crucial according to Atisha and according to the teachings of the Lojong and this tradition of Mahayana teachings. This is then the foremost of the practices of the Lojong teachings. Now, Lojong is if Lojong is thoroughly studied, you can study it over, it's a lifetime's practice, let's say. But even if you were to race through it, let's say, you would have to take at least a couple of months to go through it in detail. Nevertheless, also, whenever Lojong is taught, it seemingly is, because especially in the Western world where Dharma teachings are always sort of condensed into a Saturday and a Sunday, so the weekends are sort of the time where most of the teachings happen. I have heard very often that people say, oh, teachers always teach the first few slogans and then the remaining are all left. And it seems to be always, and it will be in this case as well. But I've always said that while Lojong should be studied thoroughly and detailed explanations should be given, nevertheless, another way of looking at it is that the relative slogans or the slogans that are continued. For example, if you look at the third point onwards, which would be the transforming bad circumstances into the adverse circumstances into the path of awakening, which is the third point. and the 11th slogan onwards, these are all very clear. And if the first 6, 7 slogans are completely cultivated, they almost become sort of automatic, spontaneously manifest. So the point that I'm trying to make is not to separate them into different practices, but to see that the first 10 are the core. It's like the nucleus of the sun. So if you say something like, the sun has arisen, but the rays are not there. It's almost sort of impossible to say, wherever the sun shines, the rays are automatically there. So in the same way, when the absolute bodhicitta of your own essential empty nature of the mind, which is clearly awake and essentially empty in nature, when this is really recognized by the meditator, and one sees its essential empty nature, and from that one can see that the relation you have with appearance, also as being empty in nature, sound being empty in nature, thoughts being empty in nature, skandhas of all kinds, that whatever arises temporarily through causes and conditions, but are essentially empty in nature, and therefore seeing this empty nature of self and phenomena, truly if there is transcendence of one's own relationship and mind at that moment, this basis, when you remain, is like the nucleus of the sun. It's the wisdom of the sun in one's own heart. And from recognizing this, then all other slogans, all of the other 50-odd slogans that manifest become sort of naturally there. You don't have to particularly keep in mind all of the slogans, and then whatever you do becomes a slogan. Your eating becomes a slogan, your singing becomes a slogan, your sleeping becomes a slogan, how you relate to things become a slogan. That's how you should see. There's not just only 59 slogans, Every moment of your life should be a slogan of a wakeful state that truly sees the reality of appearances, sounds, and thoughts. These 59 are just the starting point, and then it's just the kindness of great masters like Chakawa, who then gives us these 59 slogans. But otherwise, the way when you look at somebody, if it is from the essential understanding of the fundamental nature of your mind, your gaze becomes bodhicitta. When you are sitting with somebody and having a conversation, that becomes an act of a bodhisattva. When you are accompanying someone, or sitting by yourself, or sleeping, or waking up, whatever activities you do, done from that recognition of the fundamental nature of emptiness, becomes a bodhisattva activity. Now when you don't recognize, when you first don't work with realizing this unborn awareness, this wakeful, empty state of one's own mind, then if you try to memorize and you say things like, don't load the ox with the load of the cow, and then you sort of don't be predictable, whatever different kinds of you do, you may do it, but there will always be a lot of duality in it. There will be always a lot of sense of loss that you feel because you're being kind. You will be exhausted with your kindness. There are people who say things like, I went out to being kind and then I had a meltdown. So, from a Buddhist teachings perspective, that's kind of, you can't really reconcile, both of these two things. I'm exhausted by my own kindness, or because I've been so very patient and therefore now I'm having a nervous breakdown. Those kind of sort of really contradictory things begin to happen because you're trying to work out there as compassion. You're engaged in a very external form of a compassion without really training the mind itself. So where the mind is trained, when the nature of mind is understood, then from that, whatever arises becomes a natural expression of compassion. So therefore, the first few slogans are very important. That is why it is placed in the top. That is also one reason why most of the teachers tend to spend a lot of time with those first 6 or 7 slogans. Now here, as we come back to then continuing with the text, Drikung Dharma Surya Center in his commentary says, seeing the essential nature of one's own mind, the empty nature of mind, when one frees fixation and grasping, when one truly meditates in trying to free oneself from the habit of fixation and grasping, and generates a sense of complete patience, complete tolerance, complete sense of openness towards whatever arises as appearances, sounds, and thoughts. Such a jogum, such a shine meditation, shamatha meditation, within the absolute understanding of bodhicitta, abiding, that being the main practice, meditators often, however, then Jetsun Khandro Rinpoche says, encounters the greatest obstructing factor, which is the habit of self-cherishing. Self-cherishing habit is sustained by our different attitudes that we allow ourselves to believe. Number one, our teachers used to say, blinded by the habitual assumptions. What are the habitual assumptions? First habitual assumption that we are blinded by is, nobody has told us, but we have sort of thought that this is how it is, and that is, I am the most important. I cannot resist saying this again, although I repeat this so very often times. Westerners don't like, especially Americans, don't like hierarchy, do you? You have this whole thing about, oh, the Easterners have the hierarchy. We don't like the hierarchy. And earlier when I first came to this country, I thought, oh yeah, they don't like hierarchy. They must not have hierarchy then. And then over the years, I learned, you have what I call subterfuge hierarchy. Yeah? This is similar to the British parliaments. The British Parliament have something called first among equals. Yeah? Yes. Everyone is an equal. And I think some of you, your ancestors came from there, isn't it? So you've carried that across the Atlantic. So I don't know what you brought from crossing the Atlantic Ocean. You definitely brought first among equals as a theory. So this is very much, jokes aside, but we do have this feeling that we are all equal. Even in equality, we believe democracy is wonderful. Everyone is equal. But I'm the first one. First among equals. So this is very deep in our own minds. In small situations, in bigger situations, wherever it is, we habitually allow ourselves to becoming important. We may not say, I am the most important. We do carry a few people with us. Your grandmother, your dog, your cat. But there's this little exclusive group that becomes very important. Psychologically, when you sustain this belief that you are important, inadvertently it begins to diminish the importance of the others. You don't necessarily have to say others are not important. By virtue of your being first among equals, you've allowed your mind to begin to lay rest to sediments that conclude others are not so important. The ignorance does not even acknowledge what you are doing. But there is the habitual sort of the mind at the level of your yid, the intellectual mind, you've allowed an archive to be set up. It's almost sort of an archive. Archive of karmic imprints, karmic habitual imprints. And every time you place yourself as being more important, your own happiness as being more important, there is the natural sort of the result of an archival of messages being sent to your brain that others are not so important, even if you don't say it out loud, that is in the imprint of your own mind being embedded very deeply. And yesterday, as I said, your yid is very predictable. It tries to come up with thinking, oh, it's a new idea, it's a new thought. But it is not a new thought, because yid, the intellectual mind, has to always refer back to the karmic imprint of what it has known before. So it comes back to then saying, you're right, you are more important. Right, you could be angry because you were threatened. And therefore, it keeps coming back to an archive of reference, and a reference that has been deeply embroiled with that message as you are most important. So therefore, the teachers say, blinded by the habitual assumptions. Number one, I am the most important. Second, maybe I'm not the most important, but I am special. That's the second. I am special. Third, your needs, you and your needs are an exception. Look carefully in one's own habits and see how many times you allow your own ideas to bounce with this same idea. Exceptions. My needs are an exception. What I need is an exception. Even when we come in, now, before 30 years ago when I first came to this country, the Sangha was much more active and younger people, 30s and 40s. So we never faced the issues that we are facing today. Most of the shrine rooms need now more chairs than it ever did before. Also, we have to keep thinking about designing things for the back, for the, I carry this cushion wherever I go. This is a new addition that I've had. And then under the knees and behind the back and so on and so forth. Even in a public space, it's still less. But when you're all by yourself, then you can just see the paraphernalia of just propping you up. That is there, isn't it? So then, however, this is called special needs. I'd like to meditate, but I'm special, and my needs are an exception. So then we look for the exceptions in these ways, and that's where it adds on. You have to think about sediments of self-cherishing that are settling down in the mind stream. Now, I am the most important, I'm special, my needs are an exception. Number 4, my opinions matter. The whole world says your opinions are not needed. And you keep thinking, it matters. Who would know this better than me? I stay about half a year in India, and half a year I'm traveling around. And this I notice in myself. I'm not saying that people don't love me. People love me very much, and I'm very grateful for that. But on the other hand, I do know people really look forward to saying bye-bye to me too. My mother says things like, when you leave, we're going to be doing this, and then we're going to be doing that, and then so on and so forth. Then I go to the nunnery, and then the nuns say things like, of course, they're very kind, and they listen to everything that I say and so forth. But then they also have plans like when she leaves. So, of course, if you stay with me only a weekend or so forth, then I think it's quite fine, and people have much more sort of a kinder relationship. But if you live with a person like me over a long period of time, then and then you have to. Then sometimes I find, what is it? And then I find I interfere too much with whatever it is. 6 months or more sometimes. These are the people who don't live with me, and during that period of time, they have a certain way of living life. They have their own schedule, they know what to do, and they have their own rhythm of life. And then I come, and I disrupt everything, isn't it? And I disrupt everything because I have my opinions. Well, that is wrong. Oh, this is not right. This is the way you should do it. And because I have the name Rinpoche, they are very kind, and they say things like, okay, Rinpoche, Lasso Rinpoche, as you say, Rinpoche. But this is, again, everywhere, just like with me, opinions. My opinions matter. And so off I go to Europe with my opinion, off I come to America with my opinion, then I go back to India with some more opinion, and then again I say bye-bye to India and I come with fresh opinions, and then I talk to people like you and so forth. Not many people really listen to it, but I'm very generous. With my opinion, isn't it? Because I think it matters. So from every Saturday and Sunday, 10 to 12, 2 or 3 to 5, my opinions are generously being given out. And I think you're all very kind to indulge. That is how it is. Opinion matters. My opinion matters. And that's why we go around. Oh, he's good, she's bad, they should have done this, they shouldn't have done this. We walk into a building, we have 100 opinions. We put a mouthful of food in our mouth, and then we can't but express the cucumber is not right, the tomato should be this way, then that way is this way, and this is organic and non-organic, and so we have opinions, and who cares? But it adds, the sediment adds, and you think it matters. My opinion matters. So you are the most important. We allow ourselves to think that way. I am special. My needs are an exception. My opinions matter. And then, most importantly, I need to protect myself. This is very strong in us. We're not saying you don't need to protect yourself, but we are so very cautious that there is a threat to the self, that the way a person looks at me, we feel the threat, whether there is really some threat or not. And then when certain things happen, then that fuels it, and then it sort of supports your whole idea of why you should keep that sense of protection for your own self. Now these and many different, our teachers always used to say, these and many different habits similar to this is usually in the textual Mahayana teachings called unconscious moment, where you allow yourself to be eclipsed by these thoughts. There's a sense of habitual way of thinking. When I am important, my needs are an exception, I need to protect myself, my opinions matter, I am special. In your sustaining this habit eclipses. Eclipses especially what is called awareness of the needs of the others. So as I said yesterday, when we wake up in the morning, we don't mean to be unkind. But what dominates is, I am special, my opinions matter, I am an exception, my needs are an exception. When these habits are prominent and the most important in your mind and you're preoccupied with it, it has a power that eclipses the ability to be aware of the others, and unkindness just comes about. So then, again it says, in that unconscious moment, eclipsed by these and many similar such kinds of thoughts that are dominated by the self-cherishing, immediately the byproduct of this way of self-cherishing, thinking with the self-cherishing as being dominant, you sort of automatically develop a few ideas. First is, others are others. I and the others, the separation begins immediately. So you don't even have to say, others are others. Just because I am special, you've managed to create. The subconscious mind begins to create a separation. I am me. They are they. Others are others. Similarly, what arises from that is, they are important but not that important. You can see, for example, you're helping a person. Let's say a person stumbles, sprains the ankle, and is lying down, sitting on the floor, and you've jumped up to help. And you're trying to help this person. And then, accidentally, your finger scrapes somewhere, and there's a cut. You can see immediately, you are important, but now, that's just an ankle. But this could get septic, It shifts immediately. So these are subtle habits. So we're talking about being compassionate. So here, it's not that you're not compassionate. You're sensitive to the other person's pain, But then, because you've always allowed yourself to being the special, you are an exception. You are important. And therefore, because of that, it's our habit to come back. Others are others. They are important, but not that important. Not as important as I am. Third thing is, everyone needs protection, but less urgently. Yes, everyone should be protected, but me and my own is the first one to take care of. Then it is, in English, if you would say, I feel, I bleed. I have feeling. I bleed in my heart. Me and my feelings. Me and my emotions. Yes, of course, others have feelings and emotions too. But mine is more. I feel more intensely. I bleed more intensely. So often we say things. I understand how you feel, but, And that's what then does not allow us to forgive somebody. It especially does not allow us to forget offenses, insults, and criticisms. And we say things like, yes, I know you did not mean to, but, I feel, I bleed, and I'm going to remember this. So that 25 years from today you can say, that day, 24 years ago, you said that to me. And then you hold on to this. And that is just this very sophisticated, ignorance is very sophisticated. It just begins separation, self and the others. Others are others. You are you. You are an exception. You feel, I bleed. You do too. I don't see it. Get over it. That's where all the emptiness nature comes handy. It's empty in nature. Don't do that. Don't hold on to it. Don't grasp. But 25 years ago, when you said that, now you know how I feel. So this is, so others are others. They are important but not so important. They need protection but less urgently. I feel, I bleed. Fourth, they are not my responsibility. That's the fourth one. How can I be responsible for everyone? Then the karma comes in. You are, the fruition of your own karma. And you get a sense of, you don't want to be so closely associated with all of the others. It's just too much work for you. They're not my responsibility. Then another amazing thing is, because you think they are not your responsibility and they are the others, important but not that important, the worst is you forget. You forget about the others. And you live in this world of billions of just human beings, and yet you almost imagine that you're the only one existing. The amazing thing about traffic in this area, half of your life is preoccupied with traffic. Every single person on that highway thinks, I am the only one for which this road was made. Why is he not moving? Why is the back one not moving? Why is he... It's always very interesting to me to just sort of see the attitude of people, surrounded by people, but still sort of oblivious to the existence of the others. Now, as the teachings say, when the self-cherishing habit allows one to be blinded by habitual assumptions, which considers oneself as the most important, and by the power of holding yourself as being the most important, you separate the others from yourself, duality begins to arise from that. You are blinded towards the others. When there is this tendency of being blinded by oneself with the others, then all of the kleshas and the karmic, as we talked about earlier, begin to arise. The self becomes more important, the others become less important, and in that way we allow the habit of disbelief to continue. In the Mahayana teachings it says, habit is just ignorance. It is ignorance, knowing yet continuing. Ignorantly knowing something and yet ignoring that and continuing to believe. Yesterday we gave the example of a bad sore, that you can't resist the itch and you keep scratching and making it worse and worse. Habit is like that. You do know that everyone is the same. Everyone wants happiness. Everyone doesn't want suffering. But the ignorance is allowing yourself to know this and yet ignore, yet sort of allow yourself to being the most important. And from holding oneself to being the most important, you then disregard. You allow yourself to sustain a habit that becomes oblivious to the fact that others are there and need equal kindness and happiness and freedom from the suffering. And therefore, a brilliant mind that has the capacity of so much wisdom and understanding and realization. And most importantly, this brilliant mind that holds the enlightened awareness becomes so blinded that it begins to see the duality of self and the others as being separate, holding oneself to being more important, not only holding oneself to being more important, but in holding oneself to being more important, creates the karma and the kleshas, allows the rejection of everything that is a threat to oneself and attachment to everything that what one believes is an indulgence that will indulge the ego, and through that the karma arises, and so makes it worse. What is called the boomerang effect is that it does not, in your pursuit of that happiness for yourself, not realizing you're creating the karma and the klesha, inevitably you turn that karma and klesha against your own self. So you set out to being self-attached. That self-attachment creates the karma and the klesha. Karma and the klesha is something that then fruitions upon one's own self, and that circle continues, that cycle continues. And therefore the ignorance of not knowing the true nature, instead bringing about duality of the self and the others, becomes the basis of suffering for the others as well as for one's own self. Clearly seeing this, a meditator then understands the power of reversing this, and there is no greater antidote to this kind of an ignorance than the practice of Tonglen. Tonglen is the most important, the seventh slogan here, which is then written as, sending and taking should be practiced alternately. These two should ride the breath, or practice Tonglen. Now Tonglen, simply called sending and taking, is the first bridge between the absolute bodhicitta practice and the relative bodhicitta practice. It is placed as the seventh slogan and has its distinct place in the Lojong training, because Tonglen is when the meditator sits and really sees from an absolute bodhicitta perspective that yes, as we spoke about this morning, the mind's fundamental nature of emptiness and clarity, indivisible in nature, that is the basis which could then begin to truly demolish fixation and grasping. And as we've been talking about, fixation and grasping that brings about the duality of the self and the others, the self-cherishing and the less importance given to the others, and through which karma and kleshas are created. So when the meditator sees that while I am trying to understand and remain within the jogam, the shamatha of fundamental nature of mind, habit still is there. The habit that holds the self as being important, habit that pushes away the others and sees the others as less important. What can I do to truly transform that? How can I truly free myself from this habit that separates the self and the others? How can I do, or what method could I apply that would allow me to not be so confused with the ignorant assumption that I am more important than the others? How could I truly bring about a transformation to this dualistic way of thinking? And the answer to that is through really first cultivating the idea of sameness of self and the others, to not separate self and the others, and then creating the basis of anger and attachment and ignorance. Tonglen is said to be the perfect antidote, and therefore Tonglen is just to be able to really bring to heart and mind the wish of happiness and the wish of freedom from suffering that all sentient beings experience. And most of you are familiar with the Tonglen meditation. I don't think there's anyone who does not know about it, so I don't need to expand very much on it. But breathing in, using breath, because that's the most intimate thing that you have. That's the most natural thing that you have, and it is one of the most natural, easily accessible, and yet the most powerful resource. And therefore, with every intake of breath, training your mind to truly feel the sameness of self and the others. Just as I want happiness, all sentient beings also equally want happiness. I am not more important than the others. The others are not less important than my own self. I am not an exception, and the others are just as equally important. Thinking in this way, in your intake, inhalation of the breath, breathing in suffering and pain of all the sentient beings. In breathing out, sending out good thoughts. May all sentient beings truly have health, long life, fulfillment of wishes, whatever they aspire, whatever goodness and happiness and cause of happiness that I wish for myself, may I be in the form of my exhalation, breathe out, and supplicate to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas that the blessings of every goodness and every happiness be filled in the mind stream of all sentient beings. Likewise, with every intake of the breath, if there are, and whatever many different ways of pain and suffering, sickness and different challenges and confusion and distress that are there in the mind streams and in the lives of all the sentient beings, may I be able to compassionately breathe in all of those sufferings and be able to really relieve all sentient beings from their pain and suffering, to actually engage thoughtfully with your motivation and with the power of your own mind's concentration, taking in the suffering, breathing out and giving out all of the goodness and the basis of happiness to all the sentient beings, yourself essentially knowing it's your mind. What you are breathing in is also your own mind. What you're breathing out is also your own mind, not fixating, grasping to that whole conceptual idea. And I think a lot of the people make the mistake of doing Tonglen emotionally. Now when you put emotion into play, and then people who, there are some nice Buddhists, I call them the cute Buddhists, who cry for the suffering of the sentient beings and weep for them. Yes, in the beginning, when your heart is touched by the sufferings of the other sentient beings, it's very natural to shed a tear and cry and so on. So that's nice. But nice means do it once or twice. All right. Then after that, then becoming emotionally embroiled within that kind of a concept, that is then more to do with self than to be of truly beneficial to the others. The one who is generating Tonglen has to have the power of understanding the empty nature. Very good is also your mind. Very bad is also your mind. Suffering and the bleakness of suffering and the gloom and the darkness of suffering, that's also your mind. And it's up to you, as Patrul Rinpoche says, it's entirely up to you whether you want to make a mountain out of a mustard seed, or whether you want to really make a mountain into a mustard seed, or a mustard seed into a mountain, whether you want to bring something to a complete exaggeration, that's the capacity your mind has. Whether you're going to bring something huge and then fizzle it into being nothing more important than a bubble of water on a lake, and then sort of pop the bubble and that's it. And likewise, it's entirely up to your own perspective. That's the power you have. That's the capacity of knowing the reality of whatever arises. your mind resting within this, therefore, has the courage of taking in everything. Whatever suffering is there, essentially, we are not saying suffering is empty. What we are saying is, essentially, all suffering that I am able to see and perceive is essentially empty in nature, and may I be able to rest within the emptiness nature of whatever arises. And if through that my prayers and aspiration, others are relieved of this suffering, how wonderful this opportunity would be. So where the Tonglen practices is truly helpful for the others, it's a tremendously powerful practice for oneself to really work with that mind, that dualistic mind that doesn't seem to really have the understanding of the sameness, of the wish of happiness and freedom from suffering of oneself and the others. Therefore, as Shantideva in the commentary is quoted as it says, if I do not exchange completely my happiness for the sorrows of the others, Buddhahood will not be realized, and within samsara there is no happiness either. Therefore, Shantideva emphasizing the practice of the Tonglen. So Tonglen is one of the most powerful practices that first, number one, it really makes you awakened to the others. Number two, it is the biggest dent that you can give to the self-cherishing. And therefore, in both of these, in the diffusing dissolution of the self-cherishing and in being awakened to the needs of the others, Tonglen is an extremely important practice that should be engaged in as often. There is no particular session of Tonglen that should be done. Tonglen is because it rides the breath. Wherever you breathe, whenever you breathe, if it can palpitate and have the fragrance of Tonglen motivation, that then truly makes the mind that is in movement. If the mind rests in the empty nature, then that's very fine. There's nothing to do. But as long as there is yid, as long as there is mental events, as long as there is movement of the mind, and your mind tends to be active in many different ways, relating to other appearances, sound, and thought, then always imbuing the fragrance of Tonglen, that when you look at somebody and see form, you're able to keep Tonglen in mind. When you hear a sound, you're able to keep Tonglen in mind. Let's say you hear the sound of traffic, and then the Tonglen practice would simply be is, wherever anyone wants to go, may they reach their destination safely. May they be able to find what they are looking for. May they find happiness at the end of their journey. May any fear that they are experiencing be dispelled. That's a Tonglen practice. Instead of saying, how dare they make so much noise? My sleep is more important than wherever they need to go. Whatever they need to do, they must be important, but it's not as important as my need to, sit quietly and so on and so forth. It's a question of changing. It's a question of really taming the mind to cut through the self-absorption and the self-cherishing. So therefore, then the seventh slogan being on the Tonglen. The eighth slogan connected to the Tonglen practice is then the 3 objects, 3 poisons, and the 3 seeds of virtue. 3 objects are objects that we like, objects that we do not like, and objects that we don't care about. 3 poisons are attachment, aggression, and indifference. And the 3 seeds of virtue is to transform these 3 poisons into something more constructive. Eventually, it's about your mind. These are relative bodhicitta practices. Relative bodhicitta practices begin from the Tonglen practice itself. So the 3 seeds of the virtues are transforming, as I was saying. It is your mind and how you perceive things. You can go this direction or you can go this direction. You can take your mind in that direction, you can take your mind in this direction. When you see something, and if that fills your mind with attachment, it's entirely up to you whether you're going to now allow the attachment to be exaggerated or whether you are going to be wise enough to really take that attachment and make something good out of it. In the same moment, when you look at something that fills you with irritation or anger or being annoyed, it's entirely up to you how big you want to make that irritation, how much exaggeration you're going to bring into that sense of being annoyed or angry, or it's entirely up to you to then mold that sense of irritation and annoyance into something constructive. You could dwell and allow your mind to dwell within a sphere of ignorance, or you could take the ignorance and make something good out of it. So this is then here very empowering to one's own self, to be able to say what the great masters have said. You create the world that you live in. It's entirely up to you. Since the mind is the basis of all, that what it sees, what it hears, and what it thinks, you are the creator of your own experiences. And this 8th slogan of the 3 objects, the 3 poisons, and the 3 seeds of the virtue allows one to then be able to use, through the slogan, awaken to that capacity that you have within your own self. So as the teachings say, when you recognize strong attachment to what you like, strong aggression to anything that you dislike, and indifference towards whatever that one does not care for, meditator is the wisdom in the meditator, the ability and the awakenedness to cutting through the ignorance in a meditator is to recognize as soon as these emotions arise within one's own self. As soon as they arise, attachment, anger, or ignorance, immediately you can transform it into something constructive. And the constructiveness is, yes, within this anger, may I bring together the anger of all sentient beings. Sort of saying, let me make a good job out of it. If I'm going to be annoyed, then within this annoyance, may I bring together all of the irritations and the annoyance felt by other sentient beings into this moment, and may all others be relieved of the experience of anger or aggression or irritation. And in that way, instead of the anger, you've managed to transform it into a sympathetic attitude. Likewise, when you feel very strong desire and attachment, then immediately awakening your mind to the wisdom aspect of seeing into this moment's attachment, may I bring together, as a Tonglen practice, may I bring together attachment and desire and fixations experienced and being generated in the minds of all countless of sentient beings. And through this thought, may I relieve them of the karma and the klesha of desire, fixation, and attachment. And in that way, instead of fixating on your attachment, you've managed to transform that energy into a sympathetic attitude. Likewise, laziness, self-absorption, indifference, whenever you feel that, when you feel tired, fatigued, your mind gets distracted, you have 2 options: to dwell in that or to transform that. And the Tonglen, the Lojong, training the mind practice is to transform, to train your mind from not going in this direction, but to bring it to the path of awakening. And the path of awakening is to not only recognize laziness, indifference, stupor, dullness, distraction, but to begin to say, oh, in this moment of distraction and dullness, may I be able to take in the dullness, the stupor, the ignorance of all sentient beings, and be able to truly transform that energy into a sympathetic attitude. And therefore, here in the teachings, as it says, as soon as they arise, join within that klesha, within that negative emotion of all such experiences of the others into what you are experiencing, and generate the strongest of the aspiration, may sentient beings be free of all of these kleshas. In that way, any arising conflicting emotion can be transformed into the path of awakened, compassionate activity or a sympathetic attitude. So that is therefore how a Mahayana meditator, if truly wishing to benefit other sentient beings, is that what one would like to engage in? This is then the 8th slogan and the 8th practice. 9th slogan says, in all actions, train with slogans. Now slogans are 59, and as I said earlier, even more. You can make your own slogans as well. And therefore, train with slogans. Be kind is a very nice slogan. And I always tell the story of Patur Rinpoche, who would make his students, this great 19th century master, Patur Rinpoche, he would, before any session, we do different kinds of recitations and prayers and mandala offering and so forth. It is said that Patur Rinpoche insisted they didn't do any of such these kinds. Instead, he would insist all of the people receiving teachings from him to recite at least 300 times what he called the most potent of all the mantras. And that was, may my mind be kind. And that was all. And he said, this is more powerful than all the other sort of recitations of different mantras, and that they are all very helpful, but who knows what one is reciting. So one should recite that what speaks to your heart most impactfully. So the students would sit in front of him reciting, may my mind be kind, may my mind be kind, may my mind be kind. And one really has to understand the power of this, because when you speak to yourself and say, may my mind be kind, if you are able to do 100 times, may my mind be kind, may my mind be kind, may my mind truly be kind, you'd have to be a rock or a pillar not to be at some point, not understand what you're trying to tell yourself. And so this is really how slogans also work, is that you talk to yourself, you speak to yourself. Your inner mind is itself being Buddha awakened. It's dozing off now and then, and that has to be awakened. You have to allow it to awaken to its own self, and therefore slogans are very powerful. Shantideva here, when he's, all of the different instructions, but in the life of Shantideva he says, while all the evil ripen on me, may my virtues ripen on the others. When, this is the kind of thought that he would live by, is that whatever misfortunes are there, may it ripen upon me. Whatever fortune and goodness is there, may it ripen on the others. Asanga therefore also says in the same way, while all sufferings and evils of the sentient beings may ripen upon me, may my happiness and virtue always ripen upon the other sentient beings. Now give it a thought. All of us should think about it. That's what it means to be a Buddhist. That is what we are supposed to be doing. It was very interesting yesterday. Anila Tenzin told us something, if I may share that with the others, about the Creston thing. We have this wonderful place in United States, Creston, which I doubt anyone can be vaguely connected to some spiritual field and not know about Creston. Wonderful place, and I've been there, and it's just so pristine in its natural beauty, but at the same time it's known to be very sacred to many religious beliefs and schools, and even Buddhist. I think there are 7, 8 Buddhist larger Dharma centers, and I don't know, small, I don't know how many there are. But even the fire station, I remember, is called Kundalini Fire Station, I think. I remember driving through and then seeing that. Now, Anila Tenzin was telling us that the town manager recently told her that she does not like the Buddhists. And she asked her why, and she said, that's because whenever there is some real, community service activity that needs to be done, all people from all different faiths come and serve and help. And it's the Buddhists who do not turn up at all. And now when she said that to me, I remember and thinking about the same. It is very true. It is absolutely very true. We can't say that, because for some odd reason, we Buddhists are all up here in our head. It's an intellectual group of people. very wonderful, very kind here. Kind in the head, compassionate in the head, brilliant in the head, thinking in the head, enlightened in the head, doesn't come to the hands and feet. It's all this and above. The mouth is very brilliant, isn't it? So I always say, there's the number of books on compassion and kindness and loving kindness is almost all Buddhist books. There's no religion, no faith that has spoken more, written more, spends more time thinking and learning about selfless compassion than Buddhists. This is the very heart of the Buddhist teachings. Now, if you look at it in that way, it would almost seem that wherever there is a crisis, wherever there is need for another person to be helped, Buddhists should be the first one to be there, helping, actively engaging, serving, being there. We will sit. At most, Tonglen practice. Isn't it? I always say, if I was at the receiving end of compassion, hot air is the last thing I want. When you breathe out and breathe in and draw the warm breath out and warm breath, your breath I can do without. Isn't it? Constructively going there and helping. Now, this does not mean, as I just said, Tonglen is a wonderful practice to train your mind. It's to train your mind. But there has to be relative engagement. There has to be an actual engagement with the others. Therefore, in that way, mind, absolute training, the jogum, the shamatha, the absolute bodhicitta, that has to blossom in such a way that it does not completely it does not allow you to suffer the blockages and the obstructions of hesitation and self-attachment. Earlier we said, I am important, others are important but not that important. The whole purpose of Tonglen and Lojong training is to transcend such self-cherishing that does not hold others as being in any way less important than one's own self. So therefore here, training in the slogans is what we are talking about. When someone like Asanga says, while all the sufferings of the evil of the sentient beings ripen upon me, may my happiness and virtue ripen upon them. If like Patrul Rinpoche says, may my mind be kind, at a certain point you have to then begin to say, the whole point of my sitting is to be kind. The whole point of my following a teacher is to being kind. The whole point of referring to myself as a Buddhist is to being kind. Then the question is, how kind have I become? How much kindness is there today in what I am doing? How much kindness is there in how I speak? How much kindness is there in the way I think? And that is the area which I think is the most troubled area for all of us Buddhists. Is that, leave alone the rest of the world, even in a spiritual community, with like-minded people, Vajra brothers and sisters of the same teacher, reading the same text, receiving the same teachings, even amongst them, do I practice kindness? Is physically, am I kind? Or physically, am I of the same make as we talked about earlier? I am special. I am more important. My needs are an exception. I can't make time for this. But my needs, what I need is more an exception. And therefore, where I want to go is more important than how I can serve somebody else, how I can relieve somebody else of hard work. So this is then about mental training. It's about mind training. Mind training is not just here. Mind training has to transcend physical action. It has to come down to the level of how you speak. It has also come down to how your mind thinks. And in order to bring about that change, therefore here it says, in this way, to truly bringing about a change where you can truly imbue compassion that sees the sameness of the self and the others, training with the slogans is very, very important. So therefore it says, remind oneself with slogans again and again, and in this way train one's own mind. Then the 10th slogan is, begin the sequence of taking, sending and taking with your own self. So this is then the part again of the Tonglen practices. So in this way, 7th, 8th, 9th and the 10th slogan all together are parts of the same Tonglen meditation. So the sequence of sending and taking, if you are doing Tonglen, begin the sequence with one's own self. As the text says, before exchanging one's happiness for the suffering of the others, one should train by thinking, whenever one suffers, then at that time, within one's own suffering, bringing in the suffering of all sentient beings. Within one's own experiences of happiness, then sending out the happiness to fruition in the lives of all other sentient beings. So that is to begin the sequence with one's own self. Wherever you are, in whatever activities you may do, for example, at the end of the session, if you go out and you find a nice chair and you get to sit down and rest a bit and enjoy just that moment, transform that into a sympathetic attitude. Build compassion immediately in that moment by thinking, just as ease and relaxation I feel and sense of comfort and rest that I feel, in that way may all sentient beings find comfort and ease. Even for a brief moment, may everyone enjoy just as much as I am enjoying. If you go and then you find something that again bothers you or is a difficulty that you feel, then again immediately transforming this. That's why while I am feeling this sense of annoyance or irritation or anger or disappointment or sadness, may again I be able to carry the sadness and the sufferings of all the sentient beings. Building in your heart a sympathetic attitude, that is then what truly brings about Arya Maitreya in the Uttaratada Shastra says, the first cracking of a rigid mind that is so accustomed to thinking about its own self that in its preoccupation and indulgence of its own self, it fails to see the basic wakeful state within its own self. And therefore, in that way, according to Maitreya, the first crack on the self and the hardness and the rigidity of self-absorption happens when there is the sympathetic attitude that understands the sameness of self and the others. In short, bodhicitta and compassion, being kind and loving to the others, is exceptionally important, but it can never happen until you first do not have an understanding of the sameness of self and the others. It is only through that the gateway can open. The crack happens. The crack on self-absorption, the crack on the shell of the rigid self-cherishing attitude happens. And when that crack happens, then you can slowly mature that into selfless compassion, where it can truly be more carrying the weight of thinking about the others as being more important than one's own self. Prematurely going into that can be, I think, a little bit difficult for many of us, because when you are so used to thinking about yourself and less important of the others, and suddenly you have to transition to no self at all, that can be often very discouraging, and one can encounter hesitation and discouragement and fear for one's own self. And therefore, transitioning step by step is very important, and step by step is from thinking only about yourself to thinking same of self and the others, and then gradually progressing to then thinking more of the others than one's own self. So therefore, begin the sequence of sending and taking with your own self by allowing your own experiences to being the basis of Tonglen meditation. If you're happy, then within your happiness, immediately give out happiness, even more happiness to the others. In your moments of anger, aggression, or any misfortune, bring in all the sufferings of the other sentient beings. In your moment of rest, give the rest and think about the others. In your moment of peace, give yourself a sense of thinking about the others. In your moment of distraction and ignorance, again awaken to relieving other sentient beings from similar experiences, and in that way begin the sequence of taking, sending and taking with yourself. So these are the first 10 slogans. The first slogan on the preliminaries, second slogan to the 7th on the absolute bodhicitta, and then the 7th, 8th, 9th and the 10th being relative bodhicitta, but relative bodhicitta that supports and enhances the absolute bodhicitta. And these 10 slogans and the first 2 points are connected with perfecting generosity. Of the 6 paramitas, these 10 are connected to the perfection of generosity. The third point is transforming challenges or adversities into the path of the bodhi, and this then is connected to the third paramita, paramita of patience. It contains 6 slogans connected with the paramita of patience. The second paramita, paramita of ethics, is the global, the whole Tonglen, the whole Lojong practice of 7 points and 59 slogans are connected with the paramita of ethics. So the first point is with the paramita of generosity. Second point, the first and the second point are connected with the paramita of generosity. The third onwards is the paramita of patience. So I will stop here for lunch and then do the third point, transforming adversities into the path of awakening in the next session.
Okay.
Can I ask something?
Of course.
Yes, I think that for the Tonglen, not all of the masters they give a constitution for the student to practice Tonglen. Because I think first for the Tonglen, the first of that this is the fear. But no all of the students can accept all of the sickness or all of the record, all of the state of being. That's why if you can practice Tonglen and you accept to practice Tonglen, you have a very big heart that to accept all of the sickness which we go. That the first and the fear for your death and for your sickness is already settled. That's why after that it's easier for you to practice all the kind of
Yes.
absolute.
That is why one must first practice the first 6 slogans first.
Yeah.
Once you practice the first 6 slogans and you really understand the essential nature of emptiness of self and phenomena, it takes care of the fear that otherwise one might feel.
Yes,
Okay?
and also I think that when we talk about you accept all of the sickness of the all central disease, this includes you. That's why it is also the way that you can cure yourself for your sickness.
Absolutely right. Also, one must not be so optimistic as to feel one is that powerful. I wish we were. All right? Thinking of something intellectually is fine, but there has to be reason and logic in that, right? So yes, a lot of people do say they are filled with fear of breathing in the sufferings of the others and so forth. That is when you see it emotionally. You know, there's a difference between seeing it from an emotional perspective and seeing it from what is real, what is true, and therefore the absolute nature, and spending a lot of time working with what is mind and the nature of mind is very important. Then number one, you see that the fear is also a projection of your own mind. It's up to you, however it is. And then the other way, I always also say, aspiration is very important, and through your aspiration, you may be able to benefit a lot of sentient beings and so forth. But one should not suffer the fear so much, either because to to think that just your breathing in will truly be able to relieve all sentient beings from their suffering, that's a little bit of too much optimism in your own capacity, isn't it? If that was possible, the Buddhas would have done it a long time ago. Every sentient being has to suffer their own karma and experiences. And therefore, while you ride an aspiration, one must not let it be an entertainment for one's ego. Okay?
Question?
Yes, please.
About selflessness. It's really hard. When you go somewhere,
Yeah.
you go along with yourself, and anywhere you go, yeah, you're going to be there.
Yeah.
And if you stub your toe, you're the one that feels it.
Yes.
So how do you get out of it?
That's a big subject. Easiest way to work with is there is real appearance, right? There is appearance, and there is the nature of appearance. In Buddhism, when we speak about selflessness, we're speaking in the context of nature of appearance. Okay? Appearance is there, but the nature of appearance is selfless. So what goes is the appearance, but what went is the nature of appearance. See?
It's a mental.
Well, it's yes. See, if I lift this is appearance. All right? It is as you see it. Then beyond just the appearance, there is the reality or the nature of what it is. What do you call this? What's the name of this one? What do you call this? A lid, right? It comprises of three letters, L-I-D, right? Appearance is whatever use it is. If I tell you, cover my cup, somebody will have the sense of knowing what a lid is and then to cover it, right? So that's what goes, is the appearance. Now, when we talk about selflessness, we are talking about where exactly is the LID? Where exactly is the lid? And then you have to sort of look at, it's a temporary name given to something that has been brought about by a marvelous sculptor or whoever designed this, painted this, brought together, made it out of whatever substances, ingredients were used, and then eventually it was called a lid, painted as a lid. So then the breaking down to its real nature is that there is no such tangible thing called a lid, but appreciating the fact that many things came around to building it temporarily called a lid. So, lid and the appearance of the lid and the reality of the lid being so is not a problem at all. You see it, you go, you have a self, that's not a problem. But the problem happens is when I say, my lid. Okay? So in Buddhism, when we talk about selflessness, we are not fighting self. We are not trying to denigrate self. We are not trying to say self does not exist. We are trying to say when more things are attached to it than what is necessary. And then, somebody comes and breaks this lid, then it's called breaking samaya. We make a big deal out of this. It was the Rinpoche's special VIP lid. that you can admire from a distance but can't touch it. How dare you? You have to go through 100 prostrations to then purify. This is the build-up on everything. Likewise, just as we build up on a simple thing like a lid, we build up the self to being more than what it actually is. Breaking down all those components that are more a mental assumption and supposition than what is real is called selflessness. It is. Okay? So let's have lunch with that.
Okay.
So then, continuing from where we left this morning, the third point, transforming bad circumstances, as the handout says, into the way of enlightenment. In Tibetan, as it is said, when the world is filled with misfortune and adversities or adverse circumstances, someone who is fortunate in being able to receive the Mahayana teachings and wishes and aspires to generate thereby bodhicitta and work with transforming and training one's own mind, should then learn to take adversities into the path of awakening, into the path of the bodhi. So that is the 11th slogan, connected with the paramita of patience, and also here the third point, the beginning of the third point. Samsara, with all of its beauty and excellences, nevertheless becomes, as I said this morning, it is not the appearance of samsara that is filled with imperfections, quite the opposite. But nevertheless, sentient beings, not knowing how to establish a truer and a more genuine relationship with whatever appearances arises, imputes upon the appearances, imputes upon feelings, imputes upon sound, imputes upon every experiences its own ego's perception, ego's interpretation and suppositions, and thereby brings about the basis for klesha and karma to arise. So the imputation of the ego's sort of unreasonable judgments and opinions, and from that unnecessarily grasping to some, rejecting the others, duality and all of the klesha and the karma evolving, becomes the basis of suffering and unfortunate situations, because of which then samsara is also known as being filled with suffering, confusion and misfortunes. So as a result of the karma and the klesha, whenever we, as part of this existence, this world, encounter any of these difficulties or misfortunes, then again, for someone wishing to train one's own mind and to cultivate and unearth the very pristine, pure nature, and from that basis of and realizing that basis of the fundamental nature, find that to being the basis of one's relationship, truer and more sincere relationship with the phenomenal world, then needs to recognize how to transform the nature and the reality of suffering of the world into its advantage, or to allow it to transform into a path of awakening. So therefore here, this particular point is explained better by classifying it into 3 different kinds. And so the commentary says there are 3 ways in which one can transform misfortunes or adversities, challenges, into the path of the bodhi. There is the relative bodhicitta way of transforming adversities into the path of awakening. There is recognizing the ultimate nature, or through the ultimate bodhicitta, transforming adversities into the path of awakening. And then there are what are called special or particular practices that also help a meditator on the path of Mahayana to transform adversities into the path of the Bodhi. The first one being transforming misfortunes and adversities into the path of awakening by relying upon relative bodhicitta approach. In this, then, is connected to the 12th slogan, which is Lelen Tamje Jigla Da, drive all blames into one. The 12th slogan here. This is then in connection to how to transform adverse circumstances by applying relative bodhicitta understanding. Now, driving all blames into one, as we have been talking about the last few talks, there is no one to blame but the grasping and the fixation. As I said this morning, if one looks at fundamental nature of whether the perceiving mind or the perception that it perceives, appearances, sounds, and thoughts, essentially the nature being empty, there isn't anything to pinpoint or to hold as being the basis from where karma and klesha, causes of suffering, can arise. But we still manage to create, the karma and the klesha, although there is nothing truly there, but we are still very unique. I think it's exceptional in genuine, ingenuity of the ignorant mind. That where there is no basis for relation, we still find there being a basis of relation. So if that's not hallucination, what is? If that's not delusion, what is? Is that where there doesn't exist something, we manage to color it, spice it up, flavor it in so many different ways. So karma and klesha is not born. Cause of suffering being karma and klesha, conflicting emotions. But conflicting emotions and karma are not born from mind or from the appearance, nor from the sound, nor from the thoughts, not from the phenomena, but simply from the supposition, assumption, that doubt or that sense of supposition that assumes there is something to fixate upon, there is something to hold, something to grasp. That is what is called mark of ignorance or mark of delusion, is that you tend to believe there is a basis for attachment, there is basis for anger, there is basis for jealousy, there is basis for arrogance. And in this momentum of ignorant supposition, we then find the sort of the fertile ground from where karma and kleshas can be produced. So therefore, driving all blames into one, there is no one to blame but the self-cherishing, but the fixation and the grasping, supposition of there being something, I, me, myself, can't find it, cannot locate it, don't know what it is, but we think it's enough to just suppose it to being there. Not only supposing it to being, self being to be true and real, giving it some kind of a identity, but allowing it to indulge, indulging it further by being slave to its preferences. And therefore, anger comes because we think there is basis of anger, basis of attachment, basis of ignorance. So therefore, fixation, the grasping, the attachment that ensues from that, the anger that ensues from that, self and the self-cherishing being the basis itself, drive all blames into one. So here in the text it says, there's a quote from the Shantideva's Bodhisattva Charyavatara where it says, whatever troubles there are, all kinds of fear and suffering arises simply from ego clinging. What power does this self-clinging have? It's astounding how strong, how powerful it is. And therefore the self-thinking it is allows the basis for attachment, anger, ignorance, and every klesha to arise. That becomes the basis of karma that becomes the basis of suffering. And therefore, meditator knows if there is something to really blame, then it is just this self-attachment and the self-cherishing that then becomes the ground for continued fixations and grasping to arise. So that therefore, knowing this, therefore, a meditator on the path of training the mind really recalls to one's own self the importance of cutting through this supposition, this false belief, and examines again and again, going beyond this seventh afflictive emotion, afflictive consciousness, this consciousness that supposes the existence of the self, to go inward to the alaya, from the alaya looking inward, seeing that at the ultimate level, other than the emptiness nature, there is really nothing to hold, resides there, and therefore, in that way, there is the natural deconstruction or the dissolution of all the bases for karma and klesha to arise, and in that way, genuinely bringing about cessation of suffering through bringing about the cessation and uprooting of the causes of suffering brings about trained mind. So this is then the 12th slogan. Then again the 13th slogan, which is also connected to the relative approach to transforming adverse circumstances. So when adverse circumstances arises, then here, as the 12th slogan says, rather than getting angry or being attached to the adverse circumstance, be able to really see the self-attachment that is the basis. If the self-attachment is not there, then of course there isn't the suffering or the adversities itself. In that way, the 13th slogan says, be grateful to everyone. Now, if adverse circumstances can be transformed into the path of awakening, then someone willing to train one's own mind should actually be delighted that you live in samsara filled with adversities. In English, you say, the more the merrier, isn't it? So, somewhat like that. Is that where adversities come, as a meditator on the path of Lojong, you should be able to say, oh yes, now this is one more opportunity to really see how much I can come out of my intellectual mind and thinking Dharma intellectually into actually engaging physically, verbally, and mentally, and really seeing, accepting the challenge and seeing how far have you evolved. How far have you evolved in terms of being patient, in being really flexible, in being truly generous. That is the way then the transformation actually must happen. So therefore, adversities are part of this world. Whenever it occurs, be grateful. Be grateful because when any situation arises that provokes your anger, you have to be able to say, okay, this is the time where you have to now see how far you have come with all the teachings through which you can encounter this emotional moment. Here is the moment where then, if you are able to see the empty nature, you would see the empty nature of the thought, anger. If you are able to not see the empty nature but have patience and relate to it relatively, then how far have you come, matured as a practitioner to then have patience in this moment. So in this way, checking oneself to seeing how in encountering, how far can your mind actually really come out of all the books and notes and intellectual ideas to really see how far you can relate realistically in a truer way with that situation becomes then part of the training. So again, in situation which really provokes your attachment, then again seeing attachment as it evolves in your mind, sort of grateful for this moment that provokes the attachment in your own mind, and you sort of talk to yourself and say, oh, there you go again. There are many great teachers in the Mahayana teachings who really, work realistically. My great grand uncle, I think Rinpoche gi I sound like me, grand uncle sugar, what? Right, grand uncle, because here is somebody who knows my family better than I do. Chung Rinpoche Shuyin, great realized master, Chung Rinpoche, my grand uncle. He, although was such a respected and well accomplished teacher, in his life he always literally kept black pebbles and white pebbles on his table. Yeah. And so he had heard many other teachers talk about bad thought, keep a black pebble, good thought, keep a white pebble. And so we hear those kind of stories, but it doesn't occur to us to do those kind of things. We sort of just listen to them as stories. But he was somebody who, right up till his later ages, is said to have always carried a bag with him, with white stones and black stones. And every time his thought wavered into any kind of self-cherishing, he would not hesitate to put a black pebble on his table. And in that way, at the end of the day, he would always examine. And in his short biography, he says, in the beginning, no question, there were always more black and very few white. But he said, at the end of my life, I can be quite happy that there were more white pebbles than black through all the continued days. So this is how great teachers actually engaged. And this is something very important for modern day practitioners to keep in mind, is that so many of our generations of practitioners are more learned than ever was. I think one of the marvelous things that are happening in not only westernization of Buddhism, but as Buddhism becomes more global, is that this is the kind of phenomena today where Dharma is learned and studied by common people more than it ever has been. In India and Tibet and many other countries, wherever Dharma has flourished, it has flourished, but it was always more the monks and the nuns, and there was an exclusive elite group of monks and nuns and scholars who studied and maintained the Dharma and practiced and made it strong and flourish. Now in the westernization of Buddhism, this is the first time we are seeing lay people study the same subjects, learn the same subjects, do the same practices, which is a very wonderful thing. It is a wonderful thing. It's a new phenomenon. But there could be one thing that you need to watch out for. And that is, usually I always tell the Dharma students, up until our times, these teachings were always taught and studied and practiced. Ours might be the first generation where these are taught, studied, and not practiced. You know, that's the danger. And that's what we call intellectualization of all the teachings. So the knowledge is there. People are more learned than ever was, especially common people and lay practitioners are more learned than ever was in the history of these 2,600 years of Buddhism. But there is a sign that is slowly coming up where much, as I said in the morning, is retained as an intellectual feed. So it becomes hypothetical. It's a rhetoric. Spiritual rhetorics are just very, very rampant today. We can say and rattle off many profound words, but the actualization of the teaching, where you see a Mahasiddha, where you see a yogi, where you see someone completely transform the life in accordance to the words that you know and the words that you reflect and meditate upon, that's becoming rarer and rarer. And so this is something that we have to all keep in mind. So not doing that. But whenever you have an opportunity to truly engage in the Dharma, not just writing be grateful to everyone, but truly imbuing that into your own life, so that when adversities do come, as Shantideva in Bodhisattva Charya Avtara gives this wonderful example where he says, if somebody picks up a stick and hits it on your head, whom do you blame? The stick or the person who holds the stick? We blame the stick, don't we? we don't blame the stick. We blame the person always. You never even look at the stick. You look at the person who hit you. Then he reasons and he says, in the same way, when it is the self-cherishing that actually is the cause from where karma and kleshas arise, why would you then blame the person? Why would you blame the situation? You would blame the self-cherishing. Drive all blames into one is about this. Just as you look at the person who held the stick, likewise you look at the self-cherishing, that's the instigator of whatever unfortunate or adverse situation arises. If there's anger directed towards you, one sees the self-grasping that this person has, which then is the cause of the anger that is directed towards you. And therefore, seeing self-cherishing in oneself and in the others as the cause, driving all blames into the one, and your own. Now, how do you reciprocate that situation is to then accept the challenge, because you are the one. Now, if you say, why should I be the one? Then, of course, who else but you? You are the one who claimed to be Buddhist. You are the one who knows about precious human existence. You are the one who nodded your head when we talked about impermanence and emptiness. You are the one who is the one committed to generating enlightened awareness. You are the one on the path of training one's own mind. Responsibility falls on the one who knows, on the one who is awakened to that, to the one who has the qualities to transcend it. And therefore, seeing oneself as the responsible person here, it is up to you now how you work through it. And therefore, accepting the challenge. Here is an opportunity when strong emotions of anger arises. Here is an opportunity now to bring all the words of wisdom to truly manifest the compassion and the patience, not just as words to memorize, but to truly abide within that patience. Then whether you call that shanti, whether you call that patience, whether you call that tolerance, whether you call that zopa, whichever language you may say it, or even if you don't know all of these terms, simply being able to abide within this sense of openness, knowing that, as Gampopa says, this is wonderful example Gampopa says, no matter how skillful an archer might be, if that archer shoots many arrows, simply remove the target from the pathway of the arrows, isn't it? So even if the archer is shooting, remove the target, and no matter how many arrows are being shot, nothing will hit the target. And therefore, no matter whatever is being directed towards you, anger or desire or whatever it is directed to you, if your mind rests within the awareness of the understanding, it is entirely up to you, making it big or seeing its true nature of emptiness and abiding within that, or if that is not your capacity, then being patient and being able to understand the virtue and wisdom of tolerance and patience. That then immediately diffuses the negative energy and instead produces a constructive energy of virtue and merit. Therefore, to everyone who gives you an opportunity to transform anger into tolerance, attachment into patience, ignorance into patience, ignorance into the wisdom, one should just then be utterly grateful for all the opportunities one has to acquire merit, to train one's own mind, to challenge and see how mature one's own realization of the true nature, the absolute nature, the definitive nature of appearances are, appearances, sound and thoughts are. And in that way, as the 13th slogan says, be grateful to everyone. Then is the 14th slogan, ultimate protection is emptiness. Know that what arises as confusion to being nothing other than the four kayas. And this 14th slogan is connected to the transforming adverse situations from the ultimate bodhicitta perspective. Now in this handout that has been given to you, I see that it is very beautifully explained. Seeing confusion as the four kayas is unsurpassable shunyata protection. And then it says the four kayas are Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, Nirmanakaya, Swabhavika-kaya. Thoughts have no birthplace. Thoughts are unceasing. Thoughts are not solid. And these three characteristics are interconnected. Shunyata can be described as complete openness. So it's so beautifully explained, there's not much needed for me to say. In relating to this 14th slogan, there are generally two ways to look at it. Presenting the four kayas as what it is, and presenting the four kayas in relation to one's own self. So therefore, if you take these two brief explanations, these four kayas, as has been written here, refers to Swabhavika Kaya, Dharmakaya, Sambhogakaya, and Nirmanakaya. Now, before we get to the four kayas, in all of these four terms, the common word is kaya. Sanskrit word for literally body, but not to be mistaken as body in the sense of form. You have to see kaya as, I think the best English word is appearance. Whatever you perceive, perceptions or appearances. Now, appearances generally are said to be divided into three kinds of appearances. Appearances as it is, appearances that are seen halfway as it is, and appearances that are not seen as it is. Appearances of the first kind, as it is usually called Dharmakaya. Dharma is the term here meaning true. True appearances. Whatever arises as the absolute true nature. Now here then there is some distinctions, and those of you who study views, you will know that there is the new school tradition that often refers to the ultimate nature as emptiness. Emptiness devoid of the five skandhas. So as I said earlier, form is emptiness, feeling is emptiness, perception is emptiness, formation is emptiness, and then consciousness is emptiness. The ultimate nature is, since all of these, if thoroughly examined, are naturally space, space being empty, emptiness is the true body. Emptiness is the true appearance. Emptiness is the true nature. So there's that one way to look at it. Then some view holders, especially of the ancient school tradition, often will say it is not only empty, but it is endowed with expressive awakeness, often referred to as essence of wisdom or luminosity, clarity. So from one way of looking at it and examining it is, yes, it is not findable, therefore it is empty, but it is not just empty, it is awakened. It is clear in its emptiness. Now, which one is right? Western minds usually tend to say, which one should I believe? And you make the biggest mistake of believing what someone tells you to believe. That's not the point at all. And when Buddha says, examine, this is again one of the things. Many people say, Buddha said, examine the teachings and only then believe. And a lot of people use this and for many different situations. That's a different topic. We're not getting into this. But the main thing what he asked you examine was this, is what is the ultimate nature. And that is something that you have to really examine your own self. And then to you, what does it seem? Whether this school says it this way or that school says it in another way, that's giving you a clue of what the great bodhisattvas have realized. For yourself, you have to look into yourself and see. When the alaya mind, the ground consciousness, looks inwardly and does not see anything within that ground of emptiness, is there just simple emptiness, or is there an emptiness that seems to have also an awakened quality? And without the awakened quality, then again there would be no possibility of being able to see, hear, think, and so on and so forth. So therefore this sense of, here we're talking about the ultimate body, we're talking about Dharmakaya here. So the ultimate or the true body or the true appearance is generally said to be this essential ground of emptiness. It is this emptiness of nature of mind and phenomena, empty and yet vividly awake. It has its own awakened quality. Mind you, that awakened quality should never be mistaken with an emotionally awakened mind. There's a difference between pristine vividness and expressive quality of the empty nature of mind and the kind of awakened that we emotionally think, conceptually allow ourselves to think what awakened is. This is not what we are talking about. Now in that regard, many great teachers, especially Patrul Rinpoche, describes it very well, classifies it very well when he says, this true body or true appearance called the Dharmakaya is seen by the Buddhas. So the Buddha's perception, the Buddha's insight, what do the Buddhas see is, Buddhas see the Dharmakaya nature. Buddhas see what the absolute true reality is, and that is therefore called the vision of the Dharmakaya. So therefore, absolute nature, the teachings say, absolute nature seen from the Buddha's view is called the Dharmakaya. Then there's the Sambhogakaya, which is usually called the Kaya of enjoyment. It is also called the Kaya of luminosity, Kaya of clarity. But it is more simple to keep in mind that Sambhogakaya is seen by the Bodhisattvas. How the Bodhisattvas, and particularly Bodhisattvas of the 10th Bhumi. Now there's the progression of first to the 10th Bhumi, the progression of the paths and the Bhumis of the Bodhisattvas. So through maturity of their insight, when Bodhisattvas accomplish the highest, the 10th Bhumi, and then what do they see? How do they see appearance? How do they see the reality of sound? How do they see the reality of thoughts? How do they see the reality of mind and phenomena? The perspective, the view of the Bodhisattvas of the 10th Bhumi, how they see is then called Sambhogakaya, or the second Kaya here. Now, Sambhogakaya seen by the Bodhisattvas of the 10th Bhumi. Here, however, in the teachings, again it says, there are the Buddhas and the sentient beings. Dharmakaya is seen by the Buddhas. Yes? Sambhogakaya and Nirmanakaya, the two other Kayas, are seen by sentient beings. In sentient beings, there are two categories: pure sentient beings, impure sentient beings. Pure sentient beings are bodhisattvas. So therefore, pure sentient beings see the Sambhogakaya, especially pure sentient beings who have accomplished the 10th Bodhisattva Bhumi. How they see things is called the Sambhogakaya. Now who is left? Impure sentient beings, like us, most of us. Some of you may be higher, I don't know. But I think it's safe enough to say, most of us. Impure sentient beings, or sentient beings with impure. Now impure here does not mean impure person. We are saying impure perception. We're talking impure, remember, pure beings and impure beings, never mistaken Buddhist terminology which says impure beings and pure beings as being someone bad and someone good. That's not the point at all. When we classify pure beings and impure beings, we are clearly just simply talking about how you see things. when you see things, if that is deluded and more inclined towards guessing, supposing, assumptions, that's called clouded vision or also impure perception. Pure beings are those who are able to transcend suppositions and guesses to explore further what the truth is. For example, maybe not the best example, but still, your justice system, judge, jury, the lawyers, the defendant, and who's the opposite? The cross-examiner. Prosecutor, yes. The prosecutor. Now, the whole work of the justice system is to try and argue and reason and with evidence make sure both parties are clearly heard so that the truth can come out. And based upon whatever the evidence are, the truth is then becomes the basis of the judgment, isn't it? Most of the time, at least theoretically, that's how it's supposed to work. Pure perception is quite similar to that, is that through reasoning, through evidence, through analysis, through examination, when you supersede guesses and assumption to see things as they really are, when you see once, that's the first bodhisattva bhumi, and then you see clearer and clearer and clearer and clearer lessening of the deluded perceptions, clearer insight of how things truly are. That's the basis of the progression of bodhisattvas from bhumi 1 to bhumi 10. So bhumi 1, bhumi 2, the bodhisattvas bhumi, when they cross from the first to the 10th bhumi, it's not a graduation of sorts. It's just blossoming from a bud to a flower, and the flower then becomes more and more blossomed until it is fully blossomed. Likewise, when the mind sees, and sees clearly, and sees even more clearly, and ultimately sees it so clearly that it is unhindered by any of your own ego's fixations and suppositions, that's called the 10th bhumi bodhisattva's insight to whatever it sees as true nature. That's called Sambhogakaya. Impure beings do not have that, and therefore impure beings see Nirmanakaya. Now, as an example, those of you who are sitting on the chair over there, and you're looking, and all of you, looking at the Buddha statue on the shrine here, how would the Buddha see the statue? How would a bodhisattva on the 10th bhumi see the statue? And how do you see the statue? It's the same thing. Object is neither better or worse. Object is not pure or impure. You have a beautiful saying in English when you fall in love. What is it? Beauty is in the eyes of the... There you go. Right? So when the Buddha sees an object in front, it sees the object, but it sees the reality of the object fully. And the real nature neither obstructs nor enhances what it sees. It is as it is. That's the Dharmakaya. Bodhisattvas, who are pure beings on the path, as they walk through and work through the 5 paths, path of accumulation, path of joining, path of meditation, and then path of seeing. Especially at the path of seeing, when they begin to see clearly what it is, they work their way through. So in the beginning, they see partially. Then it matures like a fully blossomed. Ultimately, when they see clearly beyond all the fixations and the stains of one's own ego mind and suppositions of the ego's mind, they see clearly. At the 10th bhumi, however, they do see as it is, but there is a little bit of a stain. And the stain is, they still think it is pure. It's a pure object. Buddha is a pure object. But that there is something that is unstained, and therefore it is pure. Some stain of grasping still is there, particularly that which distinguishes purity and impurity. That's called cognitive obscuration. It's the cognition is there, but it holds on to, oh, I see clearly now. I see purely now. There is not even the I. This is pure. So there's a sense of some small supposition, and that's the distinction between a bodhisattva of the 10th bhumi and the Buddha, is that the Buddha transcends even purity and impurity. Sambhogakaya is still, pure is pure. That is still much there. Now in the case of you looking up, then you see a big statue, small statue, nice statue, which statue, many statues, one statue. I wish I had a statue like that. Why do we have to have a statue like that? All of the many different kinds of things that we see. Our perception being very much clouded by objectification, and the subjective mind seeing the object that it holds, you're working at the level of consciousness rather than reality. Therefore, it is called Nirmanakaya. Now, Nirmanakaya are again two kinds: pure Nirmanakaya and impure Nirmanakaya. Pure Nirmanakaya is when you look at the shrine, and if you prostrate and you see something good in this. You say things like, oh, it's very inspiring, or how wonderful it is. And so when you as a Buddhist walk in, you don't hesitate to view this as a sacred object, right? Now you bring a neighbor from the next parking lot, and you bring it, that person sees it, and he or she will not have the same perception as you do. Some will be even afraid of it. Some will have some amount of respect, but not at all. But let's say somebody who really has no clue, no idea what it is, won't know the difference between the front and the back of the shrine room. They won't even know that it is called the Buddha, nor be able to associate it with any of the enlightened qualities and so forth. Object is the same, but perceptions are very different. How you view them are very different. Kayas usually talk about perceptions of appearances. Buddha's perception, Dharmakaya. Bodhisattvas of the 10th bhumi, generally Bodhisattvas' perception, Sambhogakaya. And Nirmanakaya are the impure sentient beings' way of looking at it. Now, someone at the level of Nirmanakaya, ordinary sentient beings, those who really begin to understand the reality of what phenomena are, may be able to see even purity in the Nirmanakaya. So just as you see purity in the image of the Buddha, as you work with understanding the reality and the nature of every phenomena, you will begin to then appreciate everything as a manifestation of bodhisattvas. That's why wonderfully, there are wonderful anecdotes, but one of the brilliant, sort of the wonderful anecdotes that's really inspiring is about Dogensen Yeshe Dorje, one of the great teachers. It is said one day he was visiting a monastery, and people lost track of this teacher. They didn't know where he was, and then they found him at the back of the monastery, prostrating to everything. He was prostrating to the well, he was prostrating to the dog, he was prostrating to the wall, he was prostrating, and they thought, oh, the teacher must have really sort of gone mad, so something really wrong is wrong with his mind. And the attendants tried to catch him and tell him, this is not the place to prostrate. The way to prostrate is in the front of the temple. You're supposed to prostrate there, not here. Why are you prostrating the wall and the well and so on and so forth? And he's said to have turned around and said, maybe for you the Buddhas stay only in one direction. For me, wherever I look, I see the Buddha's manifestation. For me, wherever I see the Bodhisattva's manifestation that is inspiring for my mind. So in this way, realized beings, those who really look at it, then one truly finds a bridge can be a Bodhisattva, shadow of a tree can be a Bodhisattva, a river can be a Bodhisattva, other beings around can be a Bodhisattva. So when you say things like, my dog is a Bodhisattva, no, we can't refute that, because yes, it's based upon your perception. if your perception is able to see the purity of that object, these are wonderful Nirmanakaya representations that are there for the benefit of sentient beings. The highway is a bodhisattva. It does much more for sentient beings than people on the cushion. Isn't it? So that's perception. It's about what perception, what is reality? It's about how you relate to it. And that is what is being discussed in the context of kayas. So a lot of people have questions about what are kayas? Why do we divide things into kayas? Kayas is about appearance, about bodies. The Buddha sees a body in a particular way. The bodhisattvas see it in a particular way. Ordinary sentient beings see it in a particular way. Then here, therefore, the traversing, walking the path is, we begin to then relate to Nirmanakaya objects. And therefore we say the statue of the Buddha is the representation of enlightened mind. It doesn't mean the statue is something special, but it is about teaching the mind to not see the statue, but to see the enlightened nature. And it is through this then we begin to transform impure Nirmanakaya into a pure Nirmanakaya. Ultimately, we have to not stop there, but go further into understanding the same perception and vision of the bodhisattvas. Through the paths and the bhumis, realizing the empty nature of things as it sees, clearly resting within the essential nature of emptiness and clarity, until even the Sambhogakaya dissolves into then each one of us developing the eyes of the Buddha. That just as the Buddha sees phenomena, you and I are able to see. Just as the Buddha is able to hear the real nature of sound, we may relate to the sound in the same way. Just as the Buddha would then see the reality and the nature of emotions and thoughts, when we are able to also see, and that's why we meditate, that's why we examine, that's why we receive the teachings, is to cultivate this wisdom eye of the Buddhas that sees things. So coming back to the slogan here, seeing confusion as the four kayas is to then spread it out and then see according to your own capacity, how would you then begin to look at whatever adverse circumstances arises. If you have the highest acumen and you have truly worked with generating the brilliance of prajna or wisdom, primordial wisdom, you would see all circumstances as the brilliant empty nature manifest. That would be the Dharmakaya way of seeing it. That's the protection of the shunyata that we usually hear is referred to as the unsurpassable shunyata protection. Shunyata is emptiness. The supreme protection is when you really see the empty nature of everything arises, then there is no pure, impure. There is no adversities, there is no friends and foes, there is no enemies and good friends, there is no good things and bad things, there is no easy, fortunate circumstances or difficult and unfortunate circumstances. Within the taste of emptiness, everything is the same. Highest Dharmakaya view is to be able to have that perspective. Now, if one is not able to develop that, then when adversities arises, you could take on as best as possible with the capacity of the bodhisattvas to analyze through the analytical meditation, seeing what is the reality of this moment's adversity. Beyond my grasping to this as being real, what is the true nature of what I think? What is the true nature of I? What is the true nature of the thinking? What is the true nature of the object it holds as being thinkable? And then seeing subject is empty, object is empty, action is empty as well. And then within that emptiness being able to dissolve, that would be the Sambhogakaya approach. Now if that is also not one's own ability, then whenever adverse circumstances come, then thinking, this is the blessing of the Buddhas. One more chance for me to accumulate merit. Then merit is real. Unvirtuous actions are real. Virtuous actions are real. Karma is real. Consequences of karma is real. And a lot of people say, how is it real? It is real because you think it is real. Hope is real, then fear is real. What you suppose is real, then what you don't suppose has to be given also reality. When you think some things are possible, then you have to also think, you have to give freedom for what you think is impossible is also to be real. And therefore, in that momentum of reality, then adverse circumstances, when it comes, then you see it as blessings. Therefore, to purify one's karma, may I be able to transform that into the path of the Bodhi. And then going back to the relative, being really seeing the blame on the self-cherishing, and then being grateful for everything that arises as an opportunity to transform the negative energy, negative karma into a positive karma. That would then be the ability to take the Dharmakaya approach to the adverse circumstances. So one way to look at it is in this way. Now the second way in which the same thing is explained is very well given in the handout that has been given to you, and I think it's really clear as it is. It says, thoughts have no birthplace. It's talking about unborn awareness we spoke about yesterday. Ultimate nature of any idea, feeling, perception, or thoughts are emptiness, and therefore it is unborn. Thoughts are also by nature, therefore empty. Thoughts are unceasing, it is therefore impermanent in nature. Thoughts are not solid, and because of these three characteristics, thoughts are empty, thoughts are not singular, thoughts are impermanent. Since it is emptiness, since it is impermanent, and since it is not autonomous, not intrinsic, therefore these three characteristics simply put together essentially empty in nature. And therefore, if whenever you encounter adversities, within this understanding of the empty nature of your feelings, your emotions, entirely, essentially being empty, entirely up to you, how you would manifest or not let it manifest and dissolve into its own true nature, is the ultimate shunyata protection, the emptiness protection of how to relate to the adverse circumstances. So therefore, the absolute bodhicitta perspective is to take adverse circumstances and then by really emphasizing, resting within the realization of the empty nature, then from that cultivating the protection where you do not get sort of drowned in the moment's experience of any misfortune or negativities. So this is then seeing confusion as the four kayas, and that then arises as the unsurpassable shunyata protection. Furthermore, then this is the absolute bodhicitta approach. And now the particular, the third way of working through the adverse circumstances, which is then connected to the practice, what is called the particular practices or specific practices through which you can transform adverse circumstances into the path of the Bodhi, is then the 15th slogan. 4 practices are the best of methods. The 4 practices are accumulating merit, laying down negative actions or evil deeds as written here, offering to the duns and offering to the dharmapalas. Now to use a slightly different terminology, all of these are correct, but merit, 4 main practices are: first, merit; second, this is a difficult word, shakpa. In Tibetan, shakpa, in English, almost always until now translated as purification, but we can talk about that a little bit later. Then the third is offering of tormas, written as Torma, offerings of tormas. And the fourth is offerings to the dharma protectors, dharmapalas or the dharma protectors. So these are, whenever you meet adverse circumstances, you can relate to it relatively using the first 2 slogans. You can also relate to it from the perspective of the absolute, as we just spoke, the shunyata. And then if not both, then you also have at your disposal the particular practices, these 4 practices. Now it's like a sort of a buffet of different things through which you could transform negative or adverse circumstances into the path of awakening. They are not sequential. It's entirely up to you. It's very important to keep in mind to to see that all these methods are at your disposal, and you could, whatever comes spontaneously. One is not higher or better or more advanced or less than any other method. So if you have a real, if somebody is shouting at you and really angry at you, of course, the best would be is to see the empty nature of sound and the empty nature of the mind that hears the sound. That would be best. But if it doesn't work, you don't have to try hard and say it's not working, but it is empty, but I can still feel it. It's not empty. Rather than doing that, you might just as well be grateful and simply work with that in a very relative way. But even if that doesn't work, then you could do any of these practices, and that's where the 3rd classification comes. First, then, being merit. Tsok sak is the Tibetan word, sonam gitso. I always think this is very weak in the modern day practitioners. And here then it's not even necessary to say Western practitioners, because I think we Easterners are today just as bad in accumulating. At least that was one big plus point that the Eastern practitioners had. Unfortunately, the younger generation seems to be quite careless about this aspect. Merit is very, very important. Merit is what supports you very much. When everything is held intellectually and your mind relates to the view of the Dharma only from an intellectual perspective, one begins to almost disregard your relationship to the environment, to where you are. And therefore, in that way, you're not really working with what is most immediate and tangible around you. And so this is then, therefore, what we have been talking about. We think generosity, but we are not generous. We think patience, but we are not patient. We think, and at most we meditate. And that's, I think, what is most annoying to all the people who don't agree with Buddhism. And that's, I think, very important to keep in mind is we Buddhists surround ourselves with more Buddhists. And then we all feed each other thinking we are all good. And it's very important to go out of this world to actually see, because even in your relation, when you're on a big dining table on Thanksgiving Day, and there is a skeptic in your family who doesn't quite agree with why you disappear every Saturday and Sunday, and one of the complaints they have is you're just fixated on your cushion, that it's all just passively doing the meditation. You don't make time for others. You don't really have this conscious awareness of relationship and really being able to serve others and work with the others. And such criticisms and similar kinds, I think, have to be taken very seriously. Buddhists have the habit of trying to say, oh, you're ignorant, and sort of your whole sort of concentration is how can you change your old dying grandmother and make her a Buddhist, how to convert your uncle into a Buddhist, how to convert your husbands and wives into a Buddhist, and the children are not going to grow up as Buddhists and so forth. I think more the concentration is to explore what is it that they do not see, what is it that does not really make them understand the value of what you are doing. And you will always find that the one thing that is common that we hear a lot is they do not see the view in action. We talk something, but it doesn't really, is not evident there. I was at a young children's meeting some time ago, and during that time there was one parent who had forced her son, and by just looking at the young gentleman there, must be about 13, 14 years old, you could see he was not happy being there at all. So therefore then I had to sort of talk to him, and in my conversation I asked him, I said, do you meditate? And he said, no. And I said, would you like to meditate? And he says, no. And then I said, why do you like meditation? And he says, I don't want to grow up like my parents. That's the reason. And that kind of thing is very important to keep in mind, is because no matter how much intellectually we understand, if it is not translated into how we carry our body, how we speak to one another, if there is no evidence of the view in our physical body, verbalization, and in the thoughts and the way we contain our mental ideas, then I think that is very, very impactful in the people, and they don't see the change. They don't see, such as what we talked about, is we talk about generosity and perfection of generosity and selflessness and emptiness and all of that. But if you look at soup kitchens or any kind of other, if there's a flooding happening and relief that is being done, how many of us actually go out of our way? Then we immediately think, oh, I'll pray for them. 100, oh, Buddha bless, Tara bless. It's the Bodhisattva's activity to go and do something. And then when the people do get help, many of us then say, well, I told you my prayers helped. Disregarding the fact that there are thousands of people out there from other faiths working hard day and night to bring about the relief. We still think Buddhists prayed and that is what did the trick. So this is, I think, something to really keep in mind, because that spoils our relationship with our environment, who we are. An environment of a family, environment of community, environment of society, within a country, and so forth. So the concept here we are talking about is merit. Merit is about what you put in action, what your physical body does, and how, if it carries the view, physical actions, if it carries the view of compassion, carries the view of selflessness, then that is a meritorious action. If the verbal verbal speech carries the view of compassion, carries the view of emptiness, then that is merit. Likewise, your mind, if it carries the view of compassion, if it carries the view of emptiness and selflessness, then that is merit. So therefore, not just talking about loving kindness, but being loving kindness. Not just talking about bodhicitta and compassion, but truly being nothing but compassionate and bodhicitta. That then becomes the meritorious karma. Meritorious karma is then the biggest antidote to adverse circumstances. So it is in the same way, the joke that we have always in the Sangha. There are some people who say things like, I would like to have friends. There's this one friend that I have, Sangha member. I think I will be a good friend, but why is it that people don't make friends with me? Why is it that people don't like to be friends with me? And the reason is because this person has the habit of opening the mouth and then saying the worst possible thing. It's amazing to sometimes listen to this person, and I talk to this person quite often. She cannot say something nice. Look at the person, the first thing she'll say is, you look tired. What's wrong? And then this is to a complete stranger, who might just walk up to you. Then I usually say, if you want to be friends, just keep quiet. So, but when that kind of sort of the example, if you take, is that if you want to have friends, you have to be a good friend. If you want to find favorable circumstances, you have to plant seed for the favorable circumstances to be there. That is then merit, and you cannot ignore that. Everything is not about mind and just mentally thinking about it. That's where I always tease our Buddhist friends when I think, they all think, if I think enlightenment hard enough, that then, I can sort of be an exception and not do any transformation, but just by thinking I can sort of gate crash into the state of Buddhahood or enlightenment. And that's why they sit on the chair and sit on the cushion and then think emptiness, emptiness, compassion, compassion, and it doesn't translate into their actions. So that is where karma of merit is missing. And that karma of merit, when it is missing, it then really brings in all the misfortunes and the negative circumstances, the animosity, the aggression, the negativities, all of that becomes even much more aggravated. So it is, for all those who are on the path of training, very important that if you want to transform adverse circumstances, you have to be very conscious of accumulating merit. Accumulating merit is then, in a simple way, is whatever you know intellectually, bring that into your body, speech, and mind, the actions of your body, speech, and mind. Merit is in generosity. Merit is in being of service to the others. Merit is in silence. Merit is physically making yourself serve other sentient beings. Merit is in your mind generating positive thoughts. Merit is particularly very much in generosity. And whatever kinds of generosity that you may be able to practice, one should never let a day pass by without doing things that are meritorious to one's own self. But on the other hand, Shantideva, particularly Shantideva, the glorious master of the Mahayana teachings, he taught the whole Bodhisattvacharya Avatara, which is the most perfect elucidation of how meditators can accumulate merit. Today, because many of you have the means and the resources to be generous materially and so forth, but as far as I know, most Buddhists, even though your mind may want to be very generous, but between establishing large centers and creating sanghas, your savings are actually much worse than many monks and nuns. I know that. And so therefore, generosity, even if you wish to materially, many of you don't have that resource to be generous. And so therefore, I see today the lay community being almost the same as it was during Shantideva's time when he taught the Bodhisattva Acharya Avatara. And he had to speak about generosity to a group of monks and nuns, especially the monks of the Nalanda, who were all renunciates and did not have the material wealth and the resources through which generosity could be done. And so therefore, to actively engage in the meritorious action of generosity, Shantideva's unique presentation of the chapter of Paramita of generosity in the Bodhisattvacharya Avatara contains 7 exceptional practices called the 7 branch offerings. 7 branch offerings, therefore, in Mahayana tradition, have been known to be the greatest resources through which merit can be accomplished. On page, I think, 18, or it seems in some of your texts, it is another page, there is the short mandala offering in your prayer book. Most of you know it by heart, but if you look at it, in the last 4 lines, there is a line here which says, whatever merit I have gathered through prostrations, offerings, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying for the sake of the enlightenment of the sentient beings. This verse usually is known as a single verse which contains within it mentions of the 7 branch offerings. 7 branch offerings that became the basis of Shantideva's presentation of perfection of generosity, or what are also called unique means through which a practitioner can accumulate merit. And therefore, as the verse says, merit, whatever merit that I have been able to accumulate, and whatever merit I have been able to accumulate through these 7 practices. The first is called prostration. These are called 7 branch offerings. The first branch is the branch of prostrations. Second is the branch of offerings. Third is the branch of, temporarily let's call it what it is written here, confession. We'll come to that later. Fourth is the branch of rejoicement. Fifth branch is the branch of supplication. Sixth branch is the branch of requesting for the wheel of the Dharma to be turned. And then the seventh branch is called the branch of dedication of merit. Now, first branch, prostrations. Whether physically you're able to do prostrations or mentally offer prostrations, prostrations is about simply offering your 5 limbs, demonstrated through the 2 palms, the 2 knees, and the forehead, which touches the earth. Now, all of you who do prostrations probably already know the meaning of it, but when you do a single prostration, what is it that you're supposed to be thinking? May my body, composed of the 5 elements, and that which builds up to being the 5 aggregates, represented by the 5 points of my knees, my palms, and my forehead. As I touch the ground, I surrender and let go all self-cherishing. As I walk awake or arise from the ground, I arise being true to the innate nature. So this is then a simple sort of a mindful awareness and meaning that has to be brought about in a single prostration. Generally, whether physically doing or mentally offering such prostrations, the key to prostrations is to know that prostration is never complete until it does not evoke within you the meaning of prostrations being the antidote of arrogance. And therefore, surrendering with humility and letting go of arrogance completes essentially a single prostration. So if you're throwing yourself on the floor 100,000 times and not once surrendering with humility your arrogance, that's good exercise. But other than being a good physical exercise, there is no meaning to prostrations. Prostrations is about every moment, physically or mentally thinking about it, is completely, just as you touch the earth, with humility you surrender the ego grasping and you arise from the ground of that ego fixation to a fresh start of egoless state. Being able to, if one sees such as the 100,000 prostrations of Khandro, if 100,000 pure moments could be built up, where you have aroused within yourself 100,000 moments free from ego grasping, 100,000 pure moments of purification, that is then merit. You have to consider the kind of karma you are creating. It's a karma of 100,000 moments free from arrogance. So therefore, when teachers give 100,000 as a number, which sounds really much for many people, and it's understandable, but on the other hand, you could say it's nothing compared to the other number of hours and times that you would then spend with the arrogance. So the antidote is very little compared to the mess that we have created. And so 100,000 is just a very gentle beginning to really surrender one's arrogance and ego grasping. So as an antidote to arrogance, the first branch offering is prostrations, whether you're able to do it physically or mentally emanating and visualizing. But to accumulate merit, offering of prostrations as an antidote to arrogance, that is important. So here, again, it should be clear. The merit is not the prostration. The merit is in the surrenderance of the arrogance. That's the point. Second branch offering is called offerings. And here then a meditator goes through the 4 steps of offering. Outer offering of everything conceivably beautiful, excellent, perfect forms, perfect sounds, perfect taste, whatever is in the realm of your senses. All excellent sensorial offerings, visualized, mentally emanated, you offer to all the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas. And in that way, you try to bring about detachment, not being fixated, not being attached. But whatever, mountains and 4 continents and the sun and the moon and all of the subcontinents and then the 7 rims of golden mountains and the 7 great jewel oceans, everything that you can beautifully emanate and mentally generate, making vast, unsurmountable offerings to the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas, it's a beautiful, gentle approach to letting go of attachment, to begin to really practice a sense of giving without making a big deal out of it. Generosity is always impeded because mind makes a big deal out of it. Mind makes a big deal out of it because there's the ego grasping that consistently makes a big deal out of it. So therefore, Shantideva again in Bodhisattva Charavatara says, train to give, let the right hand give to the left hand. Train so that the left hand gives to the right hand. And in a way it sounds very sort of basic and childish in some ways, but to truly train the mind to give something without making a big deal, you have to start in that kind of a way so that mind orients itself into generosity without the ego being involved in its fixation and then creating an interruption. Therefore, here mandala offerings and visualizing, when you throw a palmful of rice, or these days people don't even use the rice but visualize, then it's too lazy to sweep the floor, so then we've done away with the rice also. So therefore then sort of visually imagining the sun and the moon and the continents and so forth. But there is introducing your mind to generosity, but without the big deal, without making a big deal. Now when you can make outer offerings, then you progress to inner offerings. Inner offerings is offering of your senses, usually depicted in the murals as the 5 senses, the ears, the tongue, the nose, the mouth. These are all offered. But here what does it essentially mean is, not only do you offer the experiences of the senses, the forms, sounds, and taste and so forth, but here you also offer completely, without any attachment, without any kind of stinginess, even the freedom of sensorial pleasures, and therefore offering your eyes and everything it sees, offering your ears, offering your nose, offering your mouth, and then offering your physical body as well to all the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas. Now Buddhas and Bodhisattvas don't necessarily carry all of your eyes and ears and nose, but here you are yourself, freeing yourself, coaching your mind to rest peacefully without attachment, without stinginess, to that moment where it can truly give. So talking about shunyata is one thing. Actualizing the shunyata by non-attachment to these aggregates and to these different forms and senses, this is then actively engaged upon through meditation. Then progressing to the third offering, which is called the secret offering. And many people make a big deal about visualizing yourself as a pretty maiden, 16-year-old or whatever, and then offering to the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas. A lot of the feminists have a lot of problem with that. Then visualizing yourself as a beautiful, handsome man and making yourself as an offering of that. In one way, from a very conventional perspective, yes, these can be problematic for many people to think about, and there's the emotional interpretation to it, but it's not about beautiful. If you don't want to visualize yourself as a beautiful woman, offer yourself as whatever you would like to be, your own self. If you consider yourself beautiful, that's fine. If you don't consider yourself beautiful, that's also fine. If you think it's too denigrating to even say beauty or not beauty these days, it doesn't matter. What is being secretly offered here is identity. What you think is the identity. Now, whether you like it or not, whether you are a man or a woman, you do know you're special. Isn't it? So it is the special thing that you are offering at this moment. And the special thing has to be packaged nicely. Right? If you have something really nice to give to a person, you can throw that thing. If you have, like, a lump of gold that you would like to give to somebody, if I would like to give to Lamala a lump of gold, there are two ways I can give him. I can put it on a nice plate with a katak and offer, or I can say, here, take it, and smack it on his face. There are these two ways. Now, propriety says, if you're going to make an offering to the Buddhas and the Bodhisattvas, do it nicely. Isn't it? And so, poetically, nicely, whatever comes to you. Now, whatever your special identity, however you would like to offer it. If you would like to offer it with white hair and wrinkles and 80-year-old and bones and joints now falling apart, and then still, if you think that is the most perfect identity of yourself to offer, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas will not mind. But it does say a great deal about your perception, your attachment, and duality. So therefore, transcendence has to be transcendence. Transcendence of that what is easy for you, and transcendence of that what is not easy for you as well. Yes?
My question is, does it have to be physical identity?
Yes.
Or can you offer mental identity?
What's the difference?
No, you were mentioning a 16-year-old body.
Yeah.
So I was wondering, it doesn't have to be material. What about nice experiences of the mind?
No. The third aspect is very much to do with physical identity. One's own self, physical identity. So you've offered all other things, the sun and the moon. You've offered senses. And then it's the physical identity, the ego's base, the home base of the ego, that's being offered. Now, then, however you may visualize, offering that to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Now, what is left? You've offered everything, outer offering, experiences, you've offered all your senses, you've offered your identity. What's left? To you, what is left? Fourth offering is called the absolute offering, and that is even the ambition of enlightenment. The ambition of enlightenment. Could you be the best of the person? I always say this. Could you be the best of the person? Could you train your mind? Could you walk the path of transformation and transcendence for no reason at all, other than that it is your nature? A lot of people talk about wanting to be non-theistic, but then becoming a little bit bewildered by all the theism that you see in Buddhism. You have to think in this way. Idea of non-theism is nice, but it's very difficult. Ultimately, your non-theistic idea is a very theistic idea. Worst theism is when you don't even know what the resultant state is and still to be in love with it. We're talking enlightenment here, isn't it? Buddhism is non-theistic, we say. But then each one of us, even that 15 minutes of sitting in meditation that you do, many of us do it only because at the end of the line, we will be attaining enlightenment. We don't even know what enlightenment means, but it's enough reason. That is a worse theism, I think. At least those who believe I'll be born in heaven have some location in mind, isn't it? Here we don't even know. It's so abstract, so vague. But we hold on, and that is called spiritual ambition. As long as you hold on to a spiritual ambition, you will have enough material or enough substance to conceptualize even that fundamental nature. Then you will see the truth as you wish to see, not as it is. You will color it orange, gold, red, call it Buddhism. And therefore, the ultimate offering is to give up even that spiritual ambition. It all comes down to the simple word. Can I be absolutely at peace with my own nature just because it's my nature? Not because of a lofty reason called Buddhism, or being a Buddha, or for nirvanic state, or for enlightenment. Not to delude oneself into conceptualizing even the fundamental nature, transcending spiritual ambition into being able to have the courage to see things as it is, not bringing in even the color of what we think is Buddhism into that moment. That's the supreme absolute offering. So therefore, the second merit is to be able to make offerings. Offer all outward appearances and experiences. Offer sense and the freedom that the sense has. Offering even one's own identity, and ultimately letting go of attachment to even that spiritual ambition. When fully free from any such attachment, one is able to truly then bring about freedom from avarice or freedom from stinginess, a linear mind that thinks about its own self. Working with offering is said to be one of the most powerful ways of accumulation of merit for meditators. So therefore, here again, just as prostration is an antidote to arrogance, offerings are an antidote to avarice or stinginess and attachment, self-attachment. Third offering is then called confession, which is not necessarily the right translation. We've always had a lot of difficulty with this. Shakpa, confession, the third, is about repent?
No.
Regret? It does. It has to have the four powers involved in it. But here, just to keep it simple, usually confession is seen, the third branch offering called confession, is seen as the antidote to anger and aggression. Let's look at it that way. Letting go of anger, letting go of aggression is the main key meritorious activity, and the third branch here. Now, what do we mean in Tibetan by the word confession? Is the word shakpa, is the Tibetan word. S-H-A-G-P-A, if you're writing phonetics, shakpa. But literally, shakpa means to shed off. An example that I usually find very helpful is, it's a little bit of a gross example, but it does justice to what I'm trying to say. If you spit, I'm glad I make you laugh. If you spit, how many of you will go and pick it up and put it back in your mouth? I told you it's going to be a little bit gross. Shakpa, the word, has this kind of a connotation. Is about removing something and then not going back to it again. Now, I'm not so sure that the word confession quite does justice to this word. Within the third branch offering of purification and shakpa, the Buddhist way of looking at it, the sort of the teachings way of looking at it is when the mind, and another beautiful explanation, my teacher used to say it in this way, when he says, when you truly give yourself the permission When a meditator truly himself or herself gives the permission to know that you will survive without anger, that you will survive and do well without selfishness, is the moment of purification or confession. And the point is this, is when do you permit yourself, when do you give yourself the permission to have the confidence that I will be okay without anger, that I will be okay without jealousy, that I will be okay without animosity, that I will be okay without selfishness. Purification never really happens, even if all the mantras and then the shower of the nectars are purifying you inside and outside, and you visualize Vajrasattva on top of your head for 100 years, and he continuously drops down all of the nectar and so forth. Some merit might be there through the virtue of your praying to it, but actual purification never really happens until a moment comes when you are able to permit yourself into developing a confidence that says, I can be without anger. And that I do not need to keep anger to protect my own self. And therefore, at that moment, purification actually happens. The true Shakva actually happens. Yes?
I'm thinking of the Christian word, repentance, or turning away from, or change of mind.
Repentance and regret and remorse are impetus to purification. They are part of it. And they sort of trigger it into the motion. Because you have to recognize the negative aspect of a negative action. And then you can move forward from that. So those are very good words as well. And we do use it in the context of purification. But so far, Shakpa, is a very difficult word to really translate. And so we get by with using the same word confession and then elaborating upon it. So almost every translation I have seen, it's always through the merit of prostrating, offering, confessing. And so there is a sense of confessing because you have to sort of acknowledge this is something that is negative. But in acknowledging alone is not sufficient. Oh, the spit I have in my mouth alone is not sufficient. Spit it out. And better yet, don't put it back again. And so therefore, when you realize the harmful aspect of anger, and you remove that from your own mind stream, and you develop the courage to know you can be completely at peace and survive without resorting to the anger, then that is this wonderful moment. This beautiful story of the old monk who told His Holiness the Dalai Lama when he was imprisoned by the Chinese for many, many years. And then he came out of the prison, and the first time he met with His Holiness the Dalai Lama, His Holiness the Dalai Lama is said to have asked him, did you ever feel at any point danger for your own self? And he said, yes, I felt it once. And when His Holiness asked him, when did you feel that? And he said, there was one time when I really thought I was going to be angry at the Chinese. And that was the moment I felt the greatest danger and the greatest threat. That is the kind of a practitioner we are talking about. It's about knowing you can survive and be happy without anger, and seeing anger as not being part of your nature. Anger is alien to your nature, and therefore you can survive without this. So that is then called purification. That is also called confession. So therefore, when you develop this sense of confession, an antidote to anger, that is then said to be the third branch offering. Fourth branch offering, and the means of accumulation of merit, is then said to be rejoicement. Tremendously powerful practice, and perhaps among all the practices, I would say, the most important and the most difficult. The more Buddhist you become, the more danger is that you will have less sense of awareness of rejoicement. The spiritual language is such. I think culturally, the language is always built in a culture. And therefore, the cultural influence of language, of even such a thing as Buddha Dharma, makes us sort of, without saying it in so many words, makes us believe in certain things that are not there, such as generating compassion for all sentient beings. And the ego manipulates it. Of course, it's the ego that manipulates it, and we begin to condition our mind into thinking that I am the one in all of this, that it's now up to me. You build yourself, you sort of put tremendous pressure on your own self into thinking liberation of all sentient beings is up to me. Now, whether or not we're going to be compassionate, it's all up to me. So we begin to think, I am the protagonist in this universe. I am the it person, as we say. And so what happens is we become very good at giving, but we become terrible at receiving. Rejoicement has a lot to do with rejoicing in the accomplishment of the others, to being able to really find happiness not only in your ability to give and be compassionate, but generating equal, if not more, happiness when you see others more compassionate than yourself, more generous than yourself, more able than one's own self. Rejoicement is therefore known as the antidote to jealousy. Jealousy is abject jealousy. This is easy to talk about and know. But then there is a very subtle kind of jealousy. Subtle jealousy is a sense of competitiveness which takes pleasure only in your achievements and disregards the achievements of the others. Therefore, thinking about the Buddha and Buddha's realization and finding your joy in the Buddha's realization, reflecting upon all the bodhisattvas who have accomplished great realization and finding your happiness in their realization. How many of us actually do that? We identify happiness always correlating it to only my achievements. And in that way, again, we tend to develop a sense of competitiveness, and that is then where, even if we do 1 million mantras, usually the biggest instigator for or inspiration for finishing the mantras is because your Vajra brother or sister has done it, and so you don't want to lag behind. I don't know. I think the West is still quite okay. But when we used to do our prostrations, the reason why we finished our prostrations was because we saw someone else finish. You know, if they were doing 100, you would like to do 150. If they were doing 300, you somehow thought you had to do 400. So those kind of, from that moment onwards, we build these subtler energies of competitiveness and jealousy and envy. And these, although are very well disguised, and we don't even acknowledge that within our own selves, but usually it comes out and pops up as when you are happy only when you do it, and you do not generate the same kind of happiness when you see others achieving or accomplishing something wonderful. So therefore, look around you. Wherever you see something good, finding great rejoicement, being able to find your happiness in the happiness of the others. That is then one of the foremost ways of generating the merit, and therefore as an antidote to jealousy. Then the fifth meritorious action is to supplicate that the wheel of the Dharma be continuously turned. Reflecting upon how, to an ordinary person like one's own self, with all the marks of ignorance and unawareness, how the Dharma has infused clarity and wisdom, and that whatever little basic goodness that we are able to generate, it is due to the compassion and the kindness and the wisdom of the Dharma and the source of the Dharmas, and therefore wishing the same for all sentient beings, and requesting and supplicating that the wheel of the Dharma be continually turned for the future generations and for all sentient beings. Thinking in this way is considered to being the fifth branch offering, known as supplicating the wheel of the Dharma to be continued. And in making this kind of an expression, it is said to be the antidote to ignorance. And therefore, prostration breaks down the dominance of arrogance. Offerings, in the same way, lets go of the stronghold of attachment and stinginess. Confession is an antidote to anger. Joyfulness is an antidote to jealousy. Requesting the wheel of the Dharma is the antidote to ignorance. And then further knowing that for the wheel of the Dharma to be turned, great bodhisattvas and enlightened beings must continuously remain. And therefore, supplicating for the great beings to continually remain is the sixth branch offering. And that is then the antidote to non-awareness. Whenever in your mind you understand the value and the profound truth of the Dharma, ignorance immediately begins to dissolve. In the same way, when you really realize how essential it is for the bodhisattvas to continually remain, it again immediately in your own mind allows you to recognize the value of developing awareness and to truly hold as being precious the teachings and the instructions that one has received in cultivating realization of one's own fundamental nature of mind. So therefore, the sixth branch offering of supplication for the enlightened beings to remain then is the antidote to non-awareness. And then the seventh branch offering is dedication of merit, and that is the antidote to self-absorption or self-cherishing. Dedicating whatever merit through the day, any good things that you have done, any moments of awareness you've been able to develop, any practice or remaining within the realization of the true nature that you've been able to cultivate, and any merit that has arisen from prostrating, offering, confessing, joyfulness, supplicating, and requesting for the enlightened beings to remain, may it be dedicated for all sentient beings, and then dedicating the merit again, whatever you have to all this countless, innumerable sentient beings, is the perfect antidote to lessening self-cherishing and thinking only about your own self. So these are called the seven branch offerings, perfect antidotes to these seven kleshas or negativities: arrogance, attachment, anger, jealousy, ignorance, non-awareness, and self-absorption are the cause of adversities. So in order to transform adversities into the path of awakening, let go of these, and in their state, instead of these, exercise meritorious activities of prostrations, offering, purification, joyfulness, requesting the wheel of the Dharma to be turned, supplicating the bodhisattvas to remain, and dedication of merit. In this way, you don't have to spend $1 and yet be generous. You don't have to go anywhere and be able to accumulate merit. You can sit on your cushion and you can still generate tremendous merit for yourself, and that then becomes the basis of transformation of adverse circumstances into the path of awakening. Second particular practice is then called purification. Now we've talked some about the third branch offering, confession and purification, so there's not necessary to elaborate too much on this particular point, purification. However, for a complete purification to arise, four things are absolutely needed. First is, these are called the four powers. First is power of regret. Second is power of support. In some enumerations, power of support is given first, and then power of regret second. Either ways, the second, power of support. The third, power of resolve. Strong resolution, resolve. And the fourth is the power of applied antidote. When all four powers or four criterias come into the mind stream of the meditator, true purification is said to happen. First is power of regret. You have to be able to see the negativeness of the negative action. Anger seen clearly as being like the spit in the mouth thrown, when you spit it out, really seeing the worthlessness and the uselessness and the cause of suffering for yourself and others in the kleshas, whether anger, whether jealousy, whether arrogance, whether desire, whether in ignorance, whatever negative emotion it may be, truly seeing the negativeness of what it is, and then strongly generating a sense of wishing to free yourself from it, that must be truly arisen in your own mind stream. Giving rise to the power of regret, one must immediately further enhance the purification with the power of support. A mantra, an image of the Buddha, the voice or the presence of the teacher, the understanding of emptiness, the bodhisattva vow of generating bodhicitta, whatever works as a power of support. Sometimes the simplest support is the most powerful support. And therefore, whenever anger or anything again comes up, relying upon the support of a mantra or a visualization or a slogan or any kind of an instruction, immediately at that moment it must meet the third power, power of resolve. I will not do it again. I am not going this route again. I will not go in that direction again. To be able to truly transform my mind from an unaware mind to an aware mind, an awakened mind that is the basis of true kindness to myself and all sentient beings, may I today strongly resolve to shakpa, as we said before, to throw away, to cast away, to peel away, and permit myself to have the confidence of being without that negative action. That's the power of resolve. And then, to the power of resolve, immediately generate the fourth power of the applied antidote. Instead of anger, bring about patience. Instead of attachment, bring about generosity. Instead of ignorance, bring about wakeful watchfulness. Observe yourself. Instead of jealousy, think about the goodness of the others. Instead of arrogance, immediately apply the antidote of humility. Transform the moment into its opposite, constructive emotion. And in that way, when all four, regret, support, strong resolve, and in its stead you give rise to a more positive attitude, then true purification happens in this way. And therefore, yes, recite Vajrasattva mantra, purify your body inside and outside with the shower of the nectars and so on and so forth, prostrations and whatever different kinds of purification practices you do, all are wonderful, but make sure that just as this building is held and the roof and the ceiling is held by these four pillars, likewise make sure your mind stream's pure attitude is held by these four pillars of the four powers. That there is truly the insight to see negative as negative and a strong resolve not to go that direction. Support your mind by all the remedies and the different parts of practices that awaken the mind to stay true to its own basic goodness. Be strongly resolved in not falling back into your own commitment, and always exert effort in generating antidotes. And then when all of these four come together, the purification happens. So therefore, when you exert effort in the building up and to really apply the four powers and completely purify all of the negativities, that is then a tremendously powerful antidote or a way of transforming adverse situations into the path of the Bodhi. Then the third practice, which is the best method for transforming adverse circumstances into the path of awakening, is the offering of dharmas. It's a really sort of a big subject, keeping it very simple to understand why we make offerings. Dharmas are For those who know, you know what a torma is. For those who don't know, for some odd reason, they are being translated as ritual cakes. I'm not really sure how that came about, but commonly we hear the ritual cake as being done. Torma comes from the word, literally bringing something that is scattered into one thing. Torma. Tor word means something that is scattered. For example, if you take flour, barley flour, these are many particles of the flour, and when you bind them together with water and you make it into a single dough, there's this whole concept of whatever is scattered to bring it together into a single nature, into a single essence. The whole aspect of torma is about dissipated awareness brought into a single pointed concentration. Whatever brings your scattered mind to a single concentration, that is actually the essential meaning of what a torma is. Here, however, offering of torma means all of the practices, such as offering of sang, the smoke offering that are there, small cakes or ritual cakes that are offered to the different classes of the spirits is there, the offering of sur, for example. These are many different rituals that are there, which usually work with the single concept of lenchak. Lenchag. Lenchak. Lenchak is translated as karmic debt. Throughout our lives, how many beings do you think you interact with? In one lifetime, let's not talk about other lifetimes, just one lifetime, since your birth to now, how many sentient beings do you think you have interacted with? Now, countless, yes. Now, in all of those interactions, how many times do you think you've taken something from someone? Karmic debt is about the debt that we owe because we survive. From the debt, heavy debt that we owe to our parents, to the debt that we owe to all from whom we receive love, to the debts, to all the pains that we have caused others, to the debts of the beings who have been our food, to the debts that we owe for the knowledge we have, and many similar, all these kinds of debts. Karmic debt has to be understood. Adverse circumstances, we're talking about this slogan. Adverse circumstances are not random things, events you accidentally bumped into. Much of everything that you and I experience is in this world of exchange and interdependency. What I say, what I do has an impact, lighter or heavier, on everyone that I meet with. Likewise, what you say and what do impacts my life. There's this shared experience that we have. Lenchak is about shared experiences and the many different debts that we then owe to one another. For example, when you enjoy a good piece of steak, there's a karmic debt that you owe to someone who has given life up so that it could be a filet mignon. There's a karmic debt in that. Self-absorbed, and from a Mahayana perspective, is how could one be so ignorant, so self-absorbed, that you would not understand this immense karmic debt that you owe to sentient beings. All kinds of sentient beings, not only as food, but any of these. The cushion that we sit on, chair that we sit on, has been brought about by somebody else. We have a karmic debt to the person who has switched on the lights and the fans, who has prepared the shrine room, who has cooked lunch for us. There's a karmic debt that we owe to them. Lenchak, when it is understood, builds humility in the mind. And it allows you to begin to come out of this misconception that you are the only living citizen, this extra special being. Earlier we talked about how self-cherishing minds isolates yourself. You begin to really come out of this isolation, to begin to understand interactions and interdependency between oneself and other sentient beings. The whole ritual of making a small dough ball and then taking it out and then saying, may all the spirits and the local spirits be pacified with it, that's less to do about a ritual and more to do about a small gesture that acknowledges this very, very big meaning about karmic debt to all sentient beings. Whether you take a cookie outside or not, that's not the point. Don't do it. If you don't like it, don't do it. There are lots of people who say things like, I don't connect to rituals. That's very fine. Don't do rituals. But at least think about karmic debt. That makes sense, isn't it? But if you're taking a cookie outside, reminds your mind of the great karmic debt that you owe to sentient being, then that is the purpose of any method or any ritual. And therefore here, offering of dharma is about linking and opening oneself to the idea of karmic debt, and really through that being able to see that what I experience is the result of the karmic debt I owe to the sentient beings. And if you want to transform adverse circumstances, you better start paying back some of that debt to the sentient beings, isn't it? For example, if you take credit from every direction, max out your credit card and borrow from every relative and everyone, and after a while, you'll have to disguise yourself so that nobody sees, who you are and where you are, and become a fugitive. Likewise, karmic debt is also there. It's all sentient beings to whom you owe a karmic debt, making sure you pay back, and that then becomes an impetus to generosity or patience. So yes, my being patient, if that then lessens the karmic debt that I owe to somebody else, then that is, wonderful. It's one debt less. If my being able to serve you and help you lessens my karmic debt to you, then you could go to bed much more easier and with more restful attitude. And therefore, when you let somebody pass by in the traffic, and you let somebody take the lead, and you arrive home 5 minutes later than the other person, if that pays back some of the karmic debt, you should always be very happy. There is gentleness in that, there is compassion in that, there is patience in that, there is also transforming what could be an aggressive moment, a moment that brings about aggression, into patience and tolerance. It's ultimately working with your own mind and how it interprets situations. So therefore, making small offerings to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, making offerings especially to the dons and so forth. Dons are just a terminology for different kinds of spirits and sentient beings. Making these offerings are also wonderful practices because it allows your mind to really be filled, come out of that isolation and self-importance, to really understand interlink or codependency between oneself and the others, and especially the concept of karmic debt. And then the fourth particular practice is the offering to the Dharma protectors. Another very big subject. Dharma protectors is two ways to look at it. Conceptually, or from a conceptual perspective, Dharma protectors are all the bodhisattvas who have in their lifetime taken oath and commitment to protect Dharma and Dharma practitioners. Making offerings to those so that their blessings and their presence and protection can then really protect you at times of adversities, when you feel really pressured by misfortunes and adversities, calling out to the commitments of these Dharma protectors who have themselves in the presence of enlightened beings committed to protecting Dharma practitioners is then sort of seeing that you are not alone, but that you are protected by these wisdom beings, by these Dharma protectors, and therefore making offerings and connecting to their commitment. That is a simpler way of looking at what is called offering to the Dharma protectors. Now, essentially speaking, Dharma protection is your own self. There is not so much a Dharma protector out there as much as is your own watchfulness. So therefore, protecting your own mind. Protecting your mind how? Protecting your own mind with watchfulness, watching your mind. Oh, here I slip again. Or here, again, I go into the same habitual ways. Like as I told you, the great master Chung Rinpoche, who would keep white pebbles and black pebbles. In the same way, watchful observance of your own mind. And in today's age, where you all become so attracted to this meditation, mindfulness meditation, which is, I think, very good, and many people teach many different ways of mindfulness meditation. All are very good. But there's one thing. When I remember some 5-7 years ago, when mindfulness meditation was just becoming popular, many people came to us, or people who are teaching from the Tibetan Buddhist tradition, why don't you design a course on mindfulness meditation? Some of us tried, but it doesn't work. Why it doesn't work is because we don't know what is mindfulness meditation outside of everything which is a mindfulness meditation. I really think mindfulness meditation, which is popular these days, are best taught by those who don't know much. No, I don't mean it in a bad way. Who don't know much about all the Dharma, the traditional Dharma that is there. Then they have a language to really relate to the colloquial language and then speak from that. But when people come from a big background of traditional approach of this, it's very difficult for us, and I've tried it. And because what is not mindfulness? Isn't it? Everything is mindfulness. It's not only about this mindfulness. I remember 1987 was the first time I came to United States in Seattle. And I was very excited, and I went to a teaching of Thich Nhat Hanh at that time. And I did a week course with Thich Nhat Hanh. And at that time, I came from a very traditional Tibetan Buddhist tradition where we talk a lot and we make a lot of notes, and there are lots of classifications and 2 of this and 4 of that and so on and so forth. So I took a heavy diary, a notebook and a pen ready to take notes of this. You know, I had heard so much about him. And he was speaking at a Jodo Shinshu Japanese temple in Seattle. He gave this weekend course, Friday night, Saturday and Sunday, and each session no less than 2.5 hours, only on how to peel an orange. You know, mindfully peeling an orange, mindfully eating an orange, mindfully looking at an orange. It was astounding for me to see somebody speak about how to peel and eat an orange mindfully for 5 talks. It was really incredible. I thought that was marvelous. Now that's one way to look at how to do specific mindfulness training, and that is what is the greatness of great master like Thich Nhat Hanh. But on the other hand, from a traditional Buddhist perspective, mindfulness is in every aspect. Because if you think you are in a situation without mind, then you could prescribe a way to develop mindfulness. But our logic is you're never without mind. Therefore, you have to be mindful wherever mind is. Whether it is peeling an orange and eating it, to every aspect of your life, whether you're blinking, seeing, thinking, talking, walking, whatever it is, careful observance. When you observe yourself, watching yourself almost as you watch somebody else, you begin to take the first step of protecting your mind. You cannot protect your mind if you do not know your mind. You will never know your mind if you do not watch your mind. Watching your mind is, however, very oftentimes spoiled by two things. Either by extreme criticism of your own self, and the second is when you immediately give yourself an excuse, and then sort of instead of watching your mind, you produce an excuse of why you did a certain thing. Both of them should be avoided. Don't try to defend yourself, nor try to cut yourself with criticism. Just watch. Watch how you talk. Watch how you eat. Watch how you interact with people. Watch how you are thinking. When you say how nice it is to see you, watch yourself and then see how true that was, how fabricated that was, how hypocritical it was, or how genuine it was. In watching your mind, you know your mind. When you know your mind, you can then protect your mind. The whole principle of protectors in Vajrayana Buddhism is about this protective principle within your own self. Coming back to the slogan itself, when adverse situations arises, protect your mind. It's not necessary to give a small offering of tea or glass of wine as we do in the offerings of the protectors. You can do that. As I said, there is the whole concept of relying upon the protector's commitment to protect you during times of adversities, and you can call on to that. But more essentially and more accessible to you and more intrinsic to yourself is in that moment of meeting with adversity or any situation, watch your mind. Protect your mind by watching it and seeing which direction it is headed to. And here then when you say, you're not going that way, but you know better, you know about what the reality is, and then you pull back your mind. In that watchfulness, you pull back your mind to rest more within the view of the Dharma. You are your best Dhamma protector at that time. So therefore, these four practices, merit, purification, offering of tormas, and the Dhamma protectors, are the four particular practices through which, again, a meditator can transform adverse situations to being on the path, or transform it into the path of realization or bodhi. Four practices are accumulating merit, laying down negative actions of purification, offerings to the duns, and offerings to the Dhammapalas. So this is then the 15th slogan. Four practices are the best of the methods. Then in conclusion, the 16th slogan related to the third point is, whatever you meet unexpectedly, join with meditation. Whether you meet with good situation, transform that immediately into true rejoicement, true joyfulness, and an inspiration to do good. If you find yourself being kind and generous and truly selfless and compassionate, inspire yourself by bringing about rejoicement and try to enhance that even more. When you see negativities and adverse circumstances and fear, restlessness, anxiety, and irritation arises, immediately again guard your own mind to let go of fixating upon such thoughts, knowing it is entirely up to your mind's perception and how it sees things. You can blow it up, or you can diffuse it in its energy at this very moment, reflecting upon the shunyata nature, empty nature of the thought or the experience, abiding within it. Again, whatever situation you meet unexpectedly, bring it down and join it with meditation. So in this way, these 16 slogans and the 3 points are what we can do, I think, at this moment. That brings us to the 4th point, showing the utilization of practice in one's whole life. And I think this is the point which we can stop with for this time. The fourth point has two slogans, practices to do in this lifetime and practices to do during the time of dying. Very essential 5 practices to do during lifetime and 5 practices to do at the moment of death. And as I said, on the first day, teachings are very well translated. Try to read it, receive it from other teachers. One should always receive lots of teachings from many different teachers so that you can gain the sort of the viewpoint from different sources. And there are wonderful teachers already here, and as well as the center. So I think many of you from the different centers as well can continually explore. And we keep the aspiration that if not all 59, at least 16 of the first are something that we can start our journey with of training one's own mind.
Maybe when you come back.
Let's see. Yes. Thank you very much. So I'll stop here. And thank you to all of you. Especially thank you to Taringla and Tseringla and Tsawang Sola. And there's your whole family, Kwang and Fawn and the whole family that seems to be so encouraged and enthused about serving the Dharma. And so that's very rare to see a whole family, the whole Sangha together. I wish you all good luck to all of you. And it's wonderful to meet with all the lamas here and both the Kemula and Anila Tenzin, good friends. And of course, so when there is such a gathering, wonderful things will definitely evolve. So thank you very much. I've had a very nice stay, and I said I'm not so far away at the moment, so it's down the road, but I will be now thinking more often of all of you and what you're able to accomplish over here. So thank you very much.
Yeah, so
and thank
you.
you for translating.